I said to myself, I said, self, shall we go live? And my inner voice said, yes, yes, we should go live. And then my exterior self said, all right, well then, go live we shall. This is Thursday night, Lak Chat, chatting with Lak. I don't know if there's anybody out there in YouTube land. Oh, Rolando. Hello. Hello there. What's going on yourself? Today's John's birthday. Happy birthday again to you, my friend. Don't forget to send me your new address when no rush on that. But I'm reminding you to remind me to remind you to remind me. So yes, Rolando. How are you, my friend? I'm just seeing what's going on the I'm just checking real quick to make sure. I don't think I'm going over anybody who's live. I checked that a little while ago. And I'm here now, so fuck it. We're live! It's alive! It's alive! It's alive with Lak and Rolando. And we'll maybe be posting the link in the chat a little bit later if we get some folks. Hopefully, Ro, if you want to come on, just give me a thumbs up, baby. Fucking come on. Let's lack around. A little bit of Lak. This is coffee talk with Lak. Anyway, how's everyone doing? Looks like it's Ro and a lurker. Hello, lurker. If you're lurking, you're jerking. And as Ro says, might as well pull your pud to big sexy. A big sexy. I'm getting the Instagram notifications now that Ro is obviously putting out the word, like so many smoke signals, that Lak is live. He's live. He's live. Let's see. This says live now. I'm just double checking. Oh, there I am. God damn, look at me on the big screen. I'm even sexier in Ultra 3D. Anyway, hello, lurkers. We're just, wow. I'm mesmerized by my own beautifulness. I'm just a humble man. Just a humble man. Are you doing all right, Ro? I hope you are. We're just chewing some Copenhagen and drinking some coffee. And by all means, let us know that you're here. I have some figures here. I think they're all basically head swaps, but they are customs, because if Sebastian shows up, well, I'll show them to y'all too. But Sebastian was saying, have you made any customs? And like, I think maybe some people have seen these, but I just grabbed some stuff. You know, as Darth Wizzy Wiz said, zombie, what's happening, young man? As Darth Wizzy Wiz said on his second to last video, go check out Lak if you want to hang out. No mention of like a toy channel, which we're probably not, right? I mean, are we? I don't know. I just masquerade as a toy channel because I like you guys. I like y'all. Y'all are nice people. Toy collectors never judge. So good on it. I like to hang out with people who don't judge. Just Zombie Hunter says he just bought a Stormtrooper helmet and just painted it in the last hour. Just brought a Stormtrooper helmet. I guess you bought it and you didn't brought it, and you just painted it in. What'd you paint it like? Did you paint it? I mean, was it? Please elaborate, young man, on your bringing and your painting. Oh, the slings and arrows. Why thy member is flaccid? Oh no! We're having a good time. We're having a good time. We might be. Oh, palps. That was a great. That was a great Bart Simpson Yoda. What did he say? Do or do not have a cow, man. God, that was. I laughed out loud, young man. I mean, if I would have been drinking something, I would have. It would have came out my nose, pal. So, and I shared that with like a few other things that some of us are in the community. You know, I mean, I saw you posted in the MLA chat, but like I went to the Real Deal chat. I used to be in Weird Fantastic Toy Adventure Bill's chat, but I left it because there was a real fucking jerk off there who I can't fucking stand. His name's Rickster. Rickster is a dickster. Uncle Dave. Hey man, I'm doing well. I hope you are too. Everybody go show Uncle Dave Movie and Toy Channel some love if you're not already subscribed. I know you've been having like some trouble with some troll. I don't want to say that word too loud because they haven't. I'm pointing at the chat right here now. They haven't showed up here yet. But, you know, the one blessing of being an absolute nobody on YouTube is you don't get the trolls. But anyway, Dave has had such a hard time with the trolls that he's had to like disable his comments on shit, and that's sad because I miss chatting with you. But anyway, hey, God bless you and your family, and I hope you're doing well. And fuck those trolls, man. Man, Miss Mary, hello. I hope you didn't come in right as I was cussing, but if you did, you're probably used to it. Mary, I think, speaks French. It's perfectly okay. Uncle Dave. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait. Hey, here's P6 Labs. Lackey baby. Hope you're having a good day. So far, I got up at the break of dawn and went out deer hunting. I fucking didn't see any legal deer to shoot, but I did see some fucking nice sign that I don't think anybody else has seen. So there's a big buck out there, and he is rutting up the ground and scraping on the trees. There was one point in the trail I was following where that fucker was scraping like every 40 feet. Like that motherfucker is hot to trot. And but I don't know, man. There's a lot of people hunting out there, and like I'm sure that motherfucker only. I found some nice tracks. And, you know, I was out there at, you know, I'm up and gone at the break of dawn, working like a regular dog to keep my woman and the lights and the phone and the water turned on. Anyway, I was out there early and I cut his track. And the fucking track was like an easy 2 or 3 hours old. And I was like, man, this motherfucker ain't even coming out in daylight, you know? But you know what? The big ones don't get big by doing what the fuck all the rest of them do, right? G-Force. Hold on. I see somebody saying G-Force. So, yay. What's going on, brother? G.I. G-Force. Real American hero. G.I. G-Force is here. That was like a terrible rendition of the song. But anyway, good to see you, young man. I hope you are keeping well. What a fun time we're going to have already. So yeah, I'm having a great day. Who was asking me that? P6 Labs. Yeah, Lackey Baby's doing pretty good. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, no shit. There's a squad of dudes in Tennessee that scour Alaskan auction sites because of your videos where you reference them. Oh, right on. Hey, I'm a man of the people. I try to get the word out there. Yeah, I've not been scouring any auctions lately, but those are the ones to fucking scour for sure. Even if you're just like a reseller or whatever, you know. I mean, a lot of that. Wait, where's the camera? A lot of the. I mean, with the price of gold, you can almost just melt a lot of that shit down and make more than your money back. But anyway, yeah, appreciate that, P6 Labs. Thank you. Fixing lunch and dinner, but I got my ears on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, G-Force. I went hunting this morning. I got up early, went to this spot, cut a trail, cut a buck's trail, followed him. I don't know. I probably did like probably just under 2 mile loop. And man, he was scraping like every 40 feet. But man, that guy, he's like I was telling them, that guy's out there in the middle of the night. Because I cut his trail early this morning, like right at daybreak, and like it was fresh, but it was 2 hours fresh. And from what I could tell, I think I know where he starts, or at least where he beds up. And I've always, like since the beginning of the season, like the first time I went out there, I was like, this is where he beds up. Because it's just the perfect place. He's kind of got some water on one side. He's got like an overflow forest that's not full of water where he can see. And then there's this huge briar that, you know, like browse and briar patch that's head high. That's probably, I mean, it's like maybe 200 or 300 yards long. And then it's like 40 to 60 yards deep. And I was like, that's where he's, like, I knew he was in there. If you go down there in the daytime, I know he's right there. Like he's looking at you, you know, but you can't see him. And I thought, man, if I had like a thermal scope, if I had a thermal scope, I would have already whacked him. Because I know he's just sitting in there like 20, 30 yards in that shit, just looking at me. You know what I mean? He's just in there. You know? So, I don't know. We went from 10 to 8 real quick. I guess because I was talking about hunting. But, you know, whatever. This is the Lak Chat channel. Who knows what we'll be talking about? Oh, quick update. Good morning, Vietnam. Anyway, quick update on the newest. I did not break the hand. I got in there with some. I don't know why I thought it was broke, but like when I was trying to get that white gloved hand out, I thought I was gonna break it. But it came out. Put it in some boiling water. I popped in these leather mittens, which I fucking think are so cool. And you know the brown. I mean, you know what I mean. You know, Lak is a man of style, right? So the motherfucker's got a black belt and black boots. Why would he have white gloves? He should have brown. I mean, you know, it just is eye appealing. So he did luckily come with these. I got him with the crook. But yeah, that looks pretty cool. I like that Santa. I do have the bear from Mythic Legions. I pre-ordered that, like a year ago? And I pre-ordered it from Mythic Legions themselves. So I don't know. I hope that wasn't a mistake, or I hope I wasn't like scared. Yeah, it looks cool, huh? Wow, we went from 8 to 7. People are just like, fuck this Lak guy. Oh, we're up to 9. I don't know why I watched that. I just think it's interesting. Let me get another cup of Joe. I drank that one real quick. I'll show. Oh, do you guys remember the happy birthday, Super John, by the way. Happy birthday, Super John. I hope you're doing well. Hope your birthday is going fucking amazing. No, super awesome. I always try to tell him. Hope it's yeah, I like those Santa Claus figures too. I don't know if I'm in for any more. I think I should get the traditional red one. Like, well, I don't even know why I didn't get that yet. And then for some reason, I'm thinking about I think it's called the Frost King, and he's like in all white. But the only thing that turns me off is his boots are like a weird gray color. And like he's all in white. I don't know. I think they could have done something. But the white one, like the green one, I don't know if y'all remember, but he came with a hood, but you have to put on a special head where the beard like comes out, and he's like wearing glasses. I think you probably remember. Somebody in there remembers that, right? I have it over there. If y'all need me to show it to you, I will. But I didn't like that head sculpt. You know, I like that one. But the Frost, what's his name? Frost King or Father Frost? I don't remember. No, I think I don't know. Anyway, the one with this that comes with this weird zombie head, he has a hood, right? And he has a head sculpt that goes with the hood, so it has the correct beard, but the beard is white and there's no glasses. And I was like, wow, if I get that one, I can use that head on this one, use the green hood, and then I could maybe use that head on that one. Anyway, in my mind, I was doing a bunch of fucking part swapping, and I don't know. I think it will work. I think it will work. There's also, where is it? I know it's up here. Is it up here? Maybe I can't see what I'm doing. Bunch of shit's gonna come falling down. And the walls come tumbling down. John Mellon Cougar Camp. Let me see. Wait, hold on. I'm missing some of the chat. Sorry about that. I got into a lot of the Rankin base figures from 2004 last year. Oh, right on. I don't think I know what that is. Rankin base figures from 04. I will have to check that out. And I'm sure Rolando can post some sort of... Oh, they're like the claymation. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, like the old-timey, like Yukon Cornelius. Right? And the Yeti. Like from the like, what was that, the 60s? Oh, from the 50s. Yeah, I don't know what year that was, but I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Hey, Yukon Cornelius, that's my boy. That motherfucker, he's got a 6-shooter and an axe and a Bowie knife and a compass. Like, that's a man after my own heart right there. Oh, you did? I missed it. I saw that you said it was an easy paint. I said before, Zombie's getting all mad. He said, I said before. I can just hear the disdain in the typing. I said before in the chat what helmet I was doing. Lak. LOL. Good. I like to get an LOL in there. Well, you might have to say it again because I don't know if I can go up there far enough to find it. You dig? But I did see where you said it was an easy paint. So that's cool. Let me get a cup of Joe. And then we'll have some Copenhagen snuff. It satisfies since 1822. And then I will go back to the sentence that I said like 5 minutes ago when I said, oh, do you remember Super Awesome? It wasn't in caps. So, okay. All right. Nice. Pause for the cause, ladies and germs. A little bit of this. A little bit of that. We touching a creature. Anyway, all right. So Super John, you remember he had that claim sale? Like, it's probably been up 2 months ago. And I think I showed this sometime. But I got the I can't remember what's his name. Hey, Ricardo. No, you're not. It's been on for 18 minutes. Yeah, no, take care of whatever you need to. We're here. We are here. But it's good to see you, Ricardo. My brother. Right on. Who's the guy that Peter Parker works for at the newspaper? The fuck is his name? You know who I mean. Anyway, I bought that figure from Super John because I like the suit and the open shirt. Will this focus? Will it focus? Focus! Damn you! Yeah, see, you got to yell at it. So I made it into a... Yeah, Jameson. Why can't I remember that? Yeah, Jameson. You guys are right. Yeah. So I got that Jameson figure from John because I liked the suit. What's with this barcode on his leg? That's stupid. But so I made it into an original Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. Focus! Is the iPhone that smart? You really gotta... Yeah, apparently it is. Weird. So, and I made that one because... Now, this is my more favorite one, and this is more true to the... this is more true to the original the original Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. comics. And I do like this Fury head sculpt much better. This is the new one from the 3-pack. Focus, you son of a bitch! Not you. Anyway. So the original Fury in the comics, he had the blue tie. I think he had a white shirt. But this, I think, is pretty close. Pretty fucking close. Close enough. You know? All's fair in love and war. Close only counts in hand grenades and horseshoes. Whatever. Whatever they say. Whatever the sayings are. So that's my Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? But then when I saw the Jameson, I was like, oh, that's cool. It's kind of like, you know, he's had a rough day. Now, this head doesn't work on there that well. So this is the older head sculpt, which is not as good. And it does it. I didn't think it looked like Mark Ruffalo, but now that you say that, it looks a little different on camera because you're not getting the definition. I don't think, especially if it won't focus. But yeah, this might be my favorite. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'll show you a couple more. So that's probably definitely in the tops. I thought a very cool, whatever, Commando Strike Force in the middle of the night. Yeah, fallen down version of J. Jonah Jameson. Jonah J. Jameson. Yeah. Yeah, I just liked he had the suit. You know, his shoulders aren't as broad as Nick Fury would be. But I did like the no tie look, so I thought that was cool. And then some Snake Eyes body. And sometimes I put this guy with the Black Series just because I don't know. He's like, I don't know. You can't have enough Nick Furies though, right? So he's got the katana. He's got a Tato knife. I need to get that whatever the ninja thing that Snake Eyes was a part of. I need to get that off there. I think that's a cool figure. I think I've showed this one. This is the Hawk Magnificent Kaboom! Top shelf. Keep up the good. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you. Feels like Skinner Hasbro from doing it is the Lackey custom figure template. I don't have any of that figure. Unless you mean it's the template for me. I mean, I'm often replicated but never duplicated. Often duplicated but never replicated. However that goes. Let's see. Go check out Magnificent Kaboom. But this is the General Hawk. Again, this is the new Fury head sculpt, which is just fucking tits, man. If it would focus. There you go. So I like this one a lot. Nick Fury, of course, was Sergeant Nick Fury when he had two eyes, the Howling Commandos. And then he was a colonel by the time he quit the military, which was like post Bay of Pigs. I think the Bay of Pigs was supposed to, like, Nick Fury was I don't know if he was at the Bay of Pigs, but he had something to do with that. I remember that. Yeah, oh yeah, thanks. Oh, he was the Gator. Oh, yeah, Skinner. Yeah, and he had the chaw. Yeah, actually, I do remember Skinner now. Skinner was cool. I can't remember that guy's real name. But, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know who you mean. But, yeah, that if you're saying, damn, that's a nice one, why, thank you. Yeah, man, it's just a hawk. You gotta take the ball joint out because it's too high. He gets the giraffe neck. But I just take the ball joint. Like a lot of people are shaving stuff, and then you just heat up the neck and take the whole fucking ball joint out. And then you get this double-sided tape. And then, like, you can have all the articulation you want, but at the end of the day, it really just comes off, right? So I got this. That's the trick. And, like, all of us are displaying this, right? Like, none of my kids are fucking banging any of these together. but you know, you still have like full articulation basically, and it won't come off. So that's the way to fucking do it. Was when you get the giraffe neck, get your fucking needle nose pliers, put that prick in the hot water. Hey, hen. Hey, baby. Meow. Who loves you, sweetheart? Everybody go subscribe to Hen. I've been real busy during the day, my friend Hen, and I've been missing you and Tanya and TJ, but I hope you know I love you guys. And we're doing great, and I hope you're doing great too. I know that you are. You're a lovely person. We're just lacking around. What was I saying? P6 Labs. Yeah, thank you. That's just General Hawk. And then you get on eBay. You get a hold of me on Instagram if you want. You get on eBay and you can buy these Thompsons from a guy for like $7.95 or some shit. And I buy a lot of them. And then this might be my favorite. So like I can't remember where, but there was like one or two comics, the old Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., when Fury was like a real like cloak and dagger, like a real cloak and dagger kind of a guy, right? And so this is that Spider-Man noir with whatever G.I. Joe classified fuckers beret. And again with the Thompson. Try to get out of the fucking house. Focus, you son of a bitch! Ooh. Yeah, y'all definitely. Zombie. I can't remember exactly what time Hen is on. It might, it might not be the right time for you because you're halfway across the fucking world. But Hen has some great hangout streams with some lovely, lovely British birds. You're all lovely. But what do you think of this P? Yeah, no, this is like the ultimate cloak and dagger. My mom's dad was in some sort of cloak and dagger type thing after the, like assassinating Russian leaders and stuff. Yeah, hey, look. That's all of these fucking pervs in here, they live for that. If it was not adult or immature, they might not have a good time. But yeah, though, hey, these ladies can get a bit raunchy. A bit raunchy. Yeah, see, look, how long did that take? 15 seconds. That's the way I like it. I stick my thumb in this croc's cloathy. Yeah. But yeah, the noir. And you know what? I think I don't know about stole, but I first saw the noir figure from Vern at Oakhurst Studios. Shout out, Vern's not watching because he doesn't care for me, but I like you, Vern, and shout out to you, my friend. But yeah, he did somebody, and I was like, and he did like some G.I. Joe head, and I was like, oh, well, the only thing wrong with that is it's not Nick Fury, because like Nick Fury is the premier American cloak and dagger. Immature is my middle name. Yeah, see, you got a whole following here, and yeah, this is a cool figure. The Spider Noir, like I guess if you're a hardcore Spider-Man fan, it's a cool figure, but only when it is cloak and dagger Nick Fury with his fucking Luger and his fucking Thompson, then it's fucking cool. So yeah, I don't know. This might be my favorite. That might be my favorite. But I have to say that these two are close behind. But I'm just trying to do like a Nick Fury in every iteration of his evolution. Every iteration of his evolution. I am a modern major general. This coffee's going down a little too easy. And then, of course, so you cannot, you can, and I have a couple more, but I've done full videos on them, but I can go get them and show you again. But you cannot have your Nick Fury without your Dum-Dum Dugan. Without your Dum-Dum Dugan. And Dum-Dum, I think, usually wore a brown suit. But, I'm sure the guy owns more than one suit, right? But he always wore a white shirt. And this is the Jon Favreau. Is that a 6-inch nick in your pocket? Why, yes, it is. Rick! This is our resident Bureau of Land Management expert, Rick at Left Coast Graphics. So if you're going to do military, if you're going to do a true military, then you have to have the stick. At least World War II. There was supposedly some round drums that were issued to some guardsmen like in the early 20s. But if you're going to do a World War II Thompson, you have to have the wooden foregrip. I think it's called the it's like the 1923 M1A, MA1. Anyway, yeah, if you're going to do a World War II, you have to do the stick and the forearm, right? The drum magazine and the pistol grip was much more of a civilian iteration of that firearm. To answer your question, what do I prefer? I've only shot a real Thompson a few times, but I can tell you that the drum magazine tends to jam. So you might as well just be running the sticks. You might as well be running the sticks. I have seen some big guns on show. Hen, you come to America, baby, and we'll set you up. Anyway, that was adult and immature. So yeah, man, you can't have your Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury without your dum-dum Dugan. And again, this is the Favreau figure from whatever the fuck movie that was. But he's quite. I do not think Jon Favreau is that big, right? Because I don't think Jon Favreau is very tall, to be honest. I mean, he might be, but he doesn't come off like that. Yeah, this is some G.I. Joe. I don't know. This is like an MP5 with a stick and a some flash hider. Yeah, the drum looks cool on a Tommy gun. It looks cool, but again, if you're gonna go, Lak, he knows his fucking firearms. But if you're gonna go World War II military, that is the configuration. Especially with the forearm. A lot of people don't, they only remember the pistol grip forend, like the gangsters. And really, if you're gonna be cloak and dagger, right? All the cloak and dagger guys always, no spies use the caliber of firearm from their country. Because, when they pick up 45 ACP shells, they go, oh, it must have been an American. So, most of them are using 9s, 9mm Parabellum, 9mm Kurtz, which is also in America called the 380 Auto, 32 Auto, which is like the 7.65 Browning. So it might be, this figure, if he was true cloak and dagger behind enemy lines, the third man in the shadows, fucking piano wiring people and shit, then he probably would have he would have maybe a German, what the fuck's that called? Oh my God. The German, not like the Sturmgewehr, but the submachine gun. Spencer! Bam! Good to see you, Spencer. I only have 2 Marvel Legends, one being Cosmic Ghost Rider, and the other is the Deluxe Thanos. Hey, those are good ones to have. I have no Marvel Legend figures that are not been customized. Right? I think I have one brown suit Wolverine that's not customized. And everything else has been fucking head swapped and this and that. And, that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Hello. Hello, Spencer. That's not what Rolando sounds like. But there it is. So, yeah, I guess we'll go through those. What's going on? What's going on? Who's up for some chatting? Who's up for some chatting? Let me see how to do this. That's not how you do it. Hold on. Let me see. Bam, bam, bam. Now look, we posted the link in the chat one time, and I never dreamed that people would come on that we didn't know, right? And do you guys remember when the nice girl or whatever, but like, I didn't know her. So like, if I don't know you and you come on, just be on your best behavior. Just be on your best behavior. But Rick, I know Rick's probably game, and Zombie's always fucking game. Zombie he'll be naked making a sandwich, with the camera off. It fucking Zombie it's like he has to have. It's like Zombie Hunter was like raised in like an asylum, so he just always has to have. He just feels better when he knows, the camera's on. I don't know. But I have about 72 square feet of legends. Yeah. If you know us, you can absolutely. If I know you, Hen knows. Hen absolutely knows. Don't get my channel, don't get my channel fucking kicked off the air. But come raunchy it up with us, babe. Love you, Hen. Oh! Hello. He's back! He's back with a vengeance. Ricardo. Yeah, of course. Hen, you can do anything you want to me. Meow. Who loves you, pussycat? Anyway. So yeah. It's good to see you again, Ricardo. We were just showing, did I have Ricardo, did you see these? You might have missed them. So that's the Jonah Jameson with the older, what's his name? Nick Fury. You've probably seen this one. This is the Hawk Abernathy with the newer. Man, Nick Fury is fucking. Dude, everybody tries to they're like, oh, when people talk about like gender and race swapping some of these figures, especially people who are generally against it, they always bring up the fact, they say, well, not everyone is wrong. And then they show Samuel L. Jackson. And like, dude, I like Samuel L. Jackson. And Samuel L. Jackson plays a cool character with an eye patch in the fucking Marvel movies. But like, he is not Nick Fury. I mean, I know they call him Nick Fury or whatever, but generally, when they race or gender swap a character, they don't delete the entire history of the character. And like, that's what they did when they used Samuel L. Jackson, right? Like, Nick Fury was in the Howling Commandos. He, was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He hung out with Wolverine. Like, Nick Fury did a lot of shit. And as soon as they cast Samuel L. Jackson, he's not the same guy. Like, his name might be Nick Fury, and he might be missing an eye. But like, it's not even remotely the same character, right? Like the fucking Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson, Nick Fury, like he didn't fight in World War II. He wasn't a commando in World War II, but Nick Fury was. He was. So it's just, I'm not saying that Samuel L. Jackson doesn't play a cool character who's wearing all black with an eye patch. Oh, well, we're glad. Welcome. Please subscribe. We have a great community here. We, I don't know, ask the people in the chat. We're pretty cool fucking folks. And we have a very large membership. But old Lackey baby, he tries to keep it all together. Try to. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping by, Spencer. Zombie's back. We didn't even know you were gone, fucker. We didn't even know you were gone. We didn't even know. But I should have guessed because it was awfully quiet. Hey, Zombie. Hey, Spencer. Hello. Hi. Anyway, yeah, I get on the Nick Fury tangent, thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. The new Nick Fury Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. 3-pack that came with the Dum Dum and the Sharon Carter, right? Like they included the OG Fury, and then they had a black Nick Fury, which is much more of the comic book Fury. Like he's not made to look like Samuel L. Jackson. He looks like the comic book art, right? But they plainly state on the back of that packaging that the black guy is Nick Fury Jr. And us OG Fury fans do know that Nick Fury did have a black kid, and his name was Nick Fury. And they forever said, well, Samuel L. Jackson's not Nick Fury Jr. But now it seems as if they're kind of backing away from that a little bit. I don't know, because they came out with that 3-pack, and it's Nick Fury Jr. Yeah, I'm not even putting your comment up, G-Force. I'm not even putting it up. Not even putting it up. That's not funny. It's not. Oh, Brett. Yeah, Dick Fury. That's right. Old Richard Fury. Old Richard Fury. No, man, Nick Fury is like, I don't know, man. I don't know. My dad was in Vietnam, and for whatever reason, like when I was a kid, I asked my dad, I said, hey, what, because I was into John Wayne, and then like the first thing that ever I saw that was not John Wayne that I thought was kind of cool, Star Wars, you know? And then that kind of set me into like, then I got into like Wolverine and some of those other like just things that other kids were into, because I was never into things other kids were. Rick Fury, yeah. But so one day I asked my dad, I said, hey, Dad, when you were young, what were you into? And his answers were Dick Tracy, because my dad was born like 1945. So like Dick Tracy, The Phantom, and then he said Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos. And later on, I was like, well, Nick Fury didn't come out like when you were a kid. It's like from the late 60s. And he said, no, I know. But he said when he was in Vietnam, everybody would, that was like the one comic book everybody fucking passed around. And so it, you know, and then I learned about Nick Fury, and then my mom's dad was like some sort of cloak and dagger dude. So I always had an affinity for Nick Fury. And then I just dove into it, you know. Yeah, I mean, I'm told that. I know that that's like the official whatever. But there is a Nick Fury Jr. who is black, who is Nick Fury's son. So therefore, there are two that do live in whatever Earth. And I don't know, man. I don't get into that. I'm not arguing with you, Spencer, and I'm not disagreeing. But me personally, like, I don't get into that multiverse shit. I think it's, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. I was raised on too many John Wayne movies and Steve McQueen, and it's just like, that shit is like so far beyond my reality that. But yes, I understand that they're supposed to be, right? But it's not the same person. But still, on the 3-pack, the black guy on the 3-pack, who I do know is Nick Fury Jr., is Nick Fury Jr., and this is his father. So whatever Earth that came from, there is still this guy, right? And, you know, and if like Earth 1610, like if that's the other Nick Fury, the black Nick Fury, like, you know, did he also fight? I mean, I guess there wasn't a World War II in Earth 1610 or whatever, right? And so, like, I'm just completely. It's just like, why you got to invent a whole new fucking universe to whatever, get rid of Nick Fury? I don't know, man. I don't like the idea of it. Long before any of that ever existed, there was Nick Fury and the fucking Howling Commandos, and he had both fucking eyeballs, and he rolled with Dum Dum Dugan and fucking God, I can't even remember those other Izzy Cohen and the Italian guy. You know, Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos. Like, if you were gonna race swap any character, you know, to appease the fucking whatever it's called, affirmative action. I don't know why you would do it to Nick Fury, because the Nick Fury's Howling Commandos, that was the first integrated That was the first pop culture integrated military unit, right? Like Nick Fury, 1968, showed us the first racially integrated military group, showed us the first main character of a comic book that was of Jewish descent or religion. Well, whatever, Jewish the race or Jewish the religion, take your pick. I don't know, whichever one. But like Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos is the one that did that, right? Like G.I. Joe wasn't the first fuckers that did that. That was a Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos. Dum Dum Dugan was this from, his background. He was supposed to be Irish, but I think he was like an immigrant from Ireland or second generation. I think he was second generation because he was from somewhere like Boston or somewhere, right? And then they had the Italian guy who was like, his name was like Dino Morello, or he's like modeled after Dean Martin. And then there was Izzy Cohen, who was the Jewish guy. And then there was Percy something. He was the British guy, and he wore the little golfing hat. Like, that was the first racially multicultural integrated military unit for anybody to ever see. I mean, like, Nick Fury was basically like the All in the Family of comic books, right? And so for new age people to want to fucking affirmative action a character, why would you pick that one? Because he fucking that whatever you call it, that entity was the first motherfuckers that ever did that. They were the first ones to fucking do that, man. And I can't remember the black guy's name, but for some reason he played the Bugle, which might be construed as a little racist. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. But anyway, man, justice for the original Nick Fury. And of course, there was only the one live action movie with David Hasselhoff, which was a terrible fucking movie. And that's what people compare it to. They go, oh, well, Samuel L. Jackson's a way better Nick Fury than that fucking stupid David Hasselhoff movie. And it's like, dude, I'm the biggest Nick Fury fan ever. And like, I don't even think about that Nick Fury fucking movie with David Hasselhoff. But like, I read all the fucking comics and all the cool Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. when he was fucking beating people's ass with Wolverine. Well, in your country, it might not be, but over here, like, the Boys in the Band and the Bugle Boy, you need to get on YouTube and like listen to some Don Rickles jokes. And then you might see how maybe the black guy being the bugler could possibly be construed as racist. Possibly. I'm not saying it was, and I'm not saying everybody would think that, but like if you watch enough Don Rickles, you might think that might have been a dig. There was also a guy they called Rebel who was from, I think he was like from Kentucky or something, but he had a lasso, right? Which I don't know how many cowboys are in Kentucky, right? Like he wasn't from Texas, or like, but anyway, there was like, there was guys from all, this was like the inner city tough guy. And then there was the Italian guy who was also kind of like an inner city tough guy in a way. I think the Howling Commandos, I don't remember what issue, but it was one of the first comics where one of the main people died. Like one of the main commandos died and they had to get a new one. And I can't remember who they got after that, but it was basically like the same. Like they killed off the rebel guy from Kentucky and then they got like, a white rebel guy from somewhere else. So, you didn't really lose the camaraderie of there being different people. Anyway, I encourage everybody to go fucking read some original Nick Fury shit because it is far before its time. And like, I watch my spirit animals Destro. G-Force, I don't know if you watch that guy. But like he's always about how G.I. Joe was, and of course it's a generational thing, right? Like that's the thing, right? If you're a hardcore GI Joe fan and you read all those comics, well, then you're probably of an age where you didn't read the fucking Nick Fury and the Howling Commando comics from 1968, because you were probably just barely born, if not, you know. But I was talking to that Spirit Animals Destro guy, and I told him, I said, well, you know that all these things that you praise GI Joe for, like, you know, Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos did that shit 20 something years before that. And, you know, we had like a little back and forth. And then he eventually was like, oh shit, you're right, Lak. I didn't know that. And I was like, well, you know, that's the problem with coming home and being the kind of person that says, oh, my dad's watching fucking Bonanza. I don't like that shit because if my parents like it, I don't fucking like it. Well, that's how you don't fucking know shit. You know, and I'm just using that as an example. But like, that's how it's easy for people to fucking fool people over and over again, right? Because they're not fucking paying attention. Not paying attention. Let's see what Spencer says. I get roasted for saying things as an average comic reader. I can't stand the Disney movies. I actually tell friends and family that found Howard the Duck way better than Endgame. I actually tell friends and family that I found Howard the Duck way better than Endgame. I got you. I had to add. I do the same thing. No, well, and you know what? You will not get roasted here, Spencer, because that is the problem with the modern age. There are a lot of people who are a little too satisfied and too happy with what some of us older guys, or maybe a little more worldly traveled guys, whatever you want to say, that we know is shit. You know, like, I don't know. And like, I've been talking to some friends of mine, and you know, like, I talked to this one guy, and he says that he's a film expert, and he loves films, and he knows everything about films, and he named off some films, and he actually named movies, right? He's like Die Hard and you know, Ghostbusters, and you know, which, like, okay, those are cool movies, you know, but like, they're not films, man, you know. And I said, well, what about Citizen Kane, or The Third Man, or Gone with the Wind, or The Searchers, you know, or like a multitude of fucking things that are studied in film school to be the greatest of all time. And this motherfucker says, well, I don't watch black and white movies because I find them boring. And I had to tell him, I was like, well, you're a fucking idiot then, because you don't know. Like, you don't know what the fuck. Like, you know, this is a guy of a certain age who can only name movies. He can only name movies from, you know, whatever, 1980 and till today. And, you know, like, that's not being a film expert, right? That's not knowing. You just know. And then here's the other thing. A lot of people, like, name the same shit. And they're usually like 80s movies, and that's cool. But you know what? In the 80s, like, nobody ever says Trading Places. Nobody ever says 48 Hours. Nobody ever says Beverly Hills Cop. And so, like, if you want to do like some of the greatest movies from that era, because that's all these people know. They think, they say, I love films. I know everything about films. I've seen all the films. But like, they never fucking seen Casablanca, right? They've never seen anything Orson Welles ever fucking did at all. So, like, you know, like, that just makes them, I'm sorry, but that makes your fucking opinion totally moot, right? Because you're not working with all the informations, right? You're not working with all the information. And that's the one thing that pisses me off. And that guy who told me he was a fucking expert and then immediately said, I don't watch black and white films because I think they're boring. Like, man, that makes you look like the most childish, most unintellectual, most uneducated fucking moron that could possibly be. And like, you know, whatever. That's just my opinion, and opinions are like assholes, and everybody has one, and they all stink. But you know what? I honestly think, like, you know, if you could take some objective thinkers, right? Some people who are not caught up on their own fucking egos and trying to impress people and trying to say what they think other people want to hear, blah, blah, blah. If you can get rid of all that shit and objectively look at something, like, I think that, you know, a lot of people would agree with me on that. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking asshole. What is Brett, are you hopping on? Is anybody fucking hopping on? Get the fuck on here. What about the time John Holmes let that guy handle it? I don't think I know what you're talking about. I'll let John Holmes handle it for $2. It's about time for another cup of coffee. No, I get you know, you can all go look up Time Magazine's 100 greatest films of the century when 1999 turned into 2000, right? And like, I know you'll hop on, Zombie. But like, dude, all these fucking movies that 90% of people that we know say are the great, like none of those are on that fucking list. Like Star Wars is on that list. It's like fucking number 60, but it is on the list. And Jaws is on the list. But again, those motherfuckers are like in the 60s and the fucking 70s, right? And there is a whole fucking on the waterfront, Casablanca, The Search. There's like fucking gosh, I can't remember now, but like, man, there's like 6 or 8 John Wayne movies on that list. The Quiet Man, The Searchers, I think The Cowboys is on it. Like, and everybody today wants to, there you go. But everybody today wants to fucking, you know, they go, oh, I don't watch that. I think it's dumb. Well, have you ever watched it? No, I've never watched it. Well, then, you know, shut the fuck up. Like that, you know, like just, oh, I didn't watch Bonanza because I thought it was dumb because my mom and dad and my granddad watched it. Oh, well, did you ever watch it? Well, no. Well, then you don't know fucking dick about the goddamn show, do you? Right? Like, I'm just saying, like, that is generally the fucking world we're living in today. Where people fucking have this big fucking belief and this big fucking opinion about something that they've never even fucking enjoyed or fucking seen or anything. Right? Am I
right? Hey, Lak, how you
going? Welcome, Zombie Hunter from Down Under. That's a lovely pink wall behind you.
Oh, yeah, no. I get a lot of shit from that, so yeah. So how am I painting?
Oh, that's nice. I like it.
But not painting. What's that got?
Oh, yeah, right on. I like it.
So, yeah.
I like it.
I just picked it up this morning.
When I bought this house, all the walls in this house were the exact same fucking color as your wall. So don't. And when I first walked in here, it reminded me of my grandmother's house. And I went, oh, that's nice. And then after about a couple of years, I went, I don't know if I like this color. So I won't give you shit about it.
Yeah.
I won't give you shit about it.
Or Kaz, one of my friends online, he gives me shit all about it all the time. But
well, you know what?
All right. It's all good. It's all good.
Secretly, deep down, he may not be comfortable with his own self.
No, he's all right. He's just a shit stirrer.
A shit stirrer.
Yeah.
Just a shit. I like to stir shit, but I like to stir meaningful shit. You know, like I will tell people, you know, Ghostbusters and Back to the Future are not the greatest fucking movies of all time. I'm not saying they're bad. But they're not on the fucking list. You know?
Yeah.
They're not on the list. Not on the list. But people get really offended because they say, oh, I really like that movie. And I say, that's fine. I mean, I enjoy them every once in a while too, but don't make a list of your top 10. If you want to say top 10 favorite movies, that's okay.
Mm.
But people say the top 10 greatest movies of all time. And like, you're opening yourself up for some fucking bullshit there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but as you said, everyone's got an opinion. So
yeah, and you know what? Some people are just fucking wrong, though, Zombie.
Yeah, well, that's...
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Some people are just fucking wrong. But we're supposed to be, you know, cool and embracing of everybody's fucking opinions, and we're supposed to make that speech about. But deep down, we all know that some of these motherfuckers are wrong.
Oh, of course
they're fucking wrong. Totally misinformed.
The problem is everyone gets offended very easily.
And you know what? Fuck them.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I don't know about you, but they taught us when I was a small child. They said sticks and stones may break your bones, but words will never hurt you.
I watched this really cool video yesterday. It was about a traffic cop, and he pulled over this couple of guys, and they were real weirdos. And the driver identified as a cat, and
Oh, I saw that.
yeah, and he said, "Right, if you're going to go down that road, we'll get the pound here because the cat's not legally able to drive a car, so we'll
Right.
get the car impounded." Oh man, I was pissing myself laughing.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely pissing. And he was
Yeah,
going on, but
yeah. And the guy was real cool about it. The cop was real cool about it. Like
yeah,
he wasn't being disrespectful. He was just like, well, we'll, and if nobody claims you after 30 days, we're going to euthanize your fucking ass too. Like.
I know, it's really cool. I thought I just laughed. I haven't laughed that
Dose
much
of
before.
reality. What's up, Mr. B? Let me read this from Spencer
Hey,
real
Mr.
quick.
B.
I'm reading everything that Marvel has written in order, starting with Marvel Comics 39 with Jim Hammond, up Dracula as of right now. Up to Dracula. Right on. Yeah, go back to the old school, man. Go back to the old school. Me and PGM used to have a show where we talked about all the old, original superheroes, not just Marvel, but everybody, I mean, the Phantom,
Mm-hmm.
Shadow, Orson Welles, Orson Welles was the Shadow on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
The Shadow knows what evil.
Oh, well, what
lurks in
about
it.
the, you remember when they did War of the Worlds back, I think it was back in the 30s or 40s.
Well, I don't remember it because I wasn't born yet, but yeah.
Yeah,
no, I
But
know.
you know the old one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you're old, but I'm just saying,
That's
when they played it when they read it over the radio, they thought bloody world was getting invaded.
Yeah, that was
A lot
some
of
real.
people.
Yeah.
That's how weird it was, but yeah.
Yeah, they must have done it. I don't think I've ever heard the original broadcast of that. I have heard rereads of the broadcast.
I don't think any of us heard the original.
No, but I mean, I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure we could.
Oh
find
yeah, I'll be on YouTube.
I don't know because people weren't recording anything up until
No, that's it.
like even like when TV was around, right? Like when Milton Berle did the Texaco show and all that. Like there was years that they were live and they broadcasted it and it never went on film.
No.
So it might be. But there is the transcript, and I have I have heard people redo the War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that would have been trippy as.
Yeah, fucking a lot of people thought it was going down.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought it was real. And I think if I remember the beginning, in at least in the actual radio broadcast, right? Because it's radio.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, now we're gonna have a show. The Playmates are doing this show," and then they did it for like 3 minutes, and then they had a newscaster interrupt it. We interrupt this program, right? And that's what made people think it was. So they thought they were listening to something else, but it was all part. It was all part of the show.
Yeah.
But, yeah, shit. They thought it was going on. And the cop showed up and was going to arrest Orson and everybody. Like a big deal. Yeah, I'm a big Orson Welles fan. Big Orson Welles fan.
Oh, in the mid 1900s, his movies were unbelievable though.
Oh,
they were so good.
Everything he did was. I just watched The Third Man again not long ago, and like, man, that fucker was brilliant. Doth Wizzy Wiz, the most dangerous man in Canada. Let's see what Spencer says again. Stepping out for a bit, need to smoke. Yeah. No, I appreciate you. Please subscribe and come back. We do this fairly regular, but it's been nice having you. And we can talk about old men, John Carter from Mars and the Phantom and Captain Midnight. Like we can get into some deep dive fucking superhero shit, man. I always liked Captain Midnight, who Ovaltine still owns Captain Midnight, and that's why I guess we will never fucking see, you know, like a Todd McFarlane figure or who, you know, whoever. But Captain Midnight was fucking cool as shit.
Mm.
And cool name too. Who wouldn't want to be Captain Midnight? You know? Waylon Jennings had a what do they call those guys? Maybe like an agent, a producer, and they called him Captain Midnight. And then there used to be a wrestling manager in the 70s who was Captain Midnight. But like cool name. This channel was almost called Captain Midnight. You know?
Oh man, the late 70s, early 80s, even the early 90s, the wrestling was off the charts. Now it's a bit,
Fuck.
yeah. Oh man,
Vince McMahon ruined it, man.
yeah. Oh man, back in the 80s, they had guys that were larger than life, and their characters were unbelievable. You know.
Yeah, I think so too. And believable.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
And also too, there wasn't as much as the raunchiness as they got now as well. And you didn't need that. You didn't need that.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it was entertainment. That's all they should have done. But
well, it's kind of like I compare it to like, you know, like Red Skelton, right? Super funny guy, never did anything dirty, never said a cuss word. You know, even today you can watch some Red Skelton and you laugh. And then by the time you're done watching it and you go, wow, why do we need blood and guts and curse words and titties to be entertained now?
Exactly.
You know, exactly. But I guess you know, I don't know, man. The fleecing of America is the word, but like the fleecing of the world, man, just people are just like, I don't know, man, maybe too much fluoride in the water or whatever. Like people they're not firing on all fucking cylinders like they used to, you know?
Well, that's technology for you. Technology. I mean, the smartphones. I mean, how dumb have they made us?
Yeah.
You know? 20, 30 years ago, we used to remember every phone number in our head.
Yeah. And read encyclopedias. Remember, you had to go to the library and go through the Dewey Decimal System.
Yeah, or the guys would knock on the door. Do you want to buy a set of
You want to buy a set of encyclopedias?
Yeah, remember those?
And you say, I'm gonna get A through E, and then come back next month, and I'll get E. You know, if we can get on a payment plan or whatever.
Yeah, because they used to be like $2,000 or something. It's a crazy price.
Yeah, they used to be a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, but
no, when I was a kid, man, I loved. I mean, I like if I was in school and they told you this is what you had to read, wasn't into it, right? But man, when I'd find something I was into, like I was a big American Civil War buff. Read every fucking thing. I was like reading Missioner's Centennial when I was like 8, you know, and I loved all that shit and information. I thought it was great, and then now, I don't know. I still try to learn things. A lot of it is on the computer and shit. And then that's the other thing too, right? Like you used to read shit that you knew was right because you had a publisher, and they would read shit and they'd go, I don't think that, you know, they would research it and they go, this is not true. We're not publishing this shit. You know? And like, where's your bibliography? Where are your sources? And like, you don't see no shit like that on the internet, right? Like Google ain't got no sources. They don't have no bibliography.
No, that's it.
Ooh. Cockle-doodle-doo, how are you?
You're all aging yourself here. All aging yourself.
Well, that's okay. As long as the young people learn.
I remember having to go to the library to look up stuff.
Yeah.
Not the internet.
That was fun.
Our kids have got life easy now, haven't they?
Well,
they really have.
From what
they whinge a lot, so and they get offended.
From what I understand, they have a whole new set of problems that we may not understand, but I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I disagree because I hear them complain about their problems. I'm like, yeah, we had them issues when we were young.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
like we're all still beings, right? So like, how much different can it be?
Yeah. So. You got kids now, man. I can't afford to buy a house. Yeah, nor can I. I'm 48, 49.
Yeah. Welcome to the club of every fucking body, right? Yeah, Rolando used to have to see titties in National Geographic, of course. Was the go-to.
Yeah, I was a little bit offended. Why do we need titties and curse words? And I'm like, excuse me, I feel attacked. I feel attacked.
No, we
Well,
just
you know, when a bunch of friends are sitting around bullshitting like we are, that's one thing. But for there to be like, you
Yeah,
know, it's like the mass, you know, like films.
comedians and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking to somebody the other day about like horror films, right?
mm-hmm.
And like all these new movies that like they're full of blood and guts and throat slitting and all that, but like I don't find them scary. They're just gory. And
Mm.
that's,
Yeah.
you know, but some of the scariest shit I ever saw, like from the 50s and the 60s, right? You didn't see all that, but you
No.
were,
Well,
you know,
well,
but
it's
the
like,
hair would stand up on your neck and the music and you'd be like, oh my God, you know? And
it's like the famous scene from Psycho. I'm
oh,
like,
yeah.
there's no blood in it.
No blood.
She's literally stabbed to death and there's no blood in it, which makes
Yeah.
it unrealistic. But
But
they
you still
didn't put blood in
jumped.
it.
When he pulled that shower curtain back, everybody went, oh, right?
Mm. It was the fear of not knowing. That was the biggest fear.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, jump scares are the best.
Yeah.
And you don't get jump scares very often anymore.
No.
Well, you have a look at Jaws is probably the best one for that. Yeah, most of the movie, you don't see anything of the shark. You just see what's happening. You know, when they're attacking, getting attacked, and that's the biggest thing because you just don't know what's going to happen. You know,
there's a lot of blood in Jaws, though. I'm just
in the lake, but it was so well done because, like you said, you didn't see most of the shark until the end. And that was the best part about it. You didn't have to see the shark straight away because you knew it was there.
I still to this day have not seen the Blair Witch Project.
I'm sorry, Mr. B, but I have to disagree with you on the Blair Witch. It's rubbish.
I've never seen it, so I can't. Let me get another cup of Joe. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, Zombie. Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm all right. Not too bad. I was just about to have some lunch, but yeah.
I see you playing with your helmet there.
Oh, that's just one of them. I just picked this up today. I painted it. I've just painted it, so I'm just weathering it a little bit. But I'm trying to match it to the figure.
I think my crude joke went straight over his head, or he ignored it on purpose. One or the other.
No, I was in the other room and I heard it. I would have invited you to come. I said I got a helmet for you to play with him.
Yeah. Only problem is I'm really into the helmets and stuff. So when you talk helmet, then I get really serious about it. You see, I put my serious cap on. That's it. So, yeah.
How many times can you say helmet?
I know. Look, I'll show you.
Hen is back on the market, but I lay claim. So everybody back off of Hen. Love you, Hen. You're the greatest.
Thank you.
What's up, Rex?
This is what I mean.
Oh, yeah. You like your helmets. Do you polish your helmets on a daily basis?
Yeah. Well, they do get dusty, so it has been a while.
Yeah, you got to polish them. I feel like I would like to have a bunch of helmets. That would be really cool. But I get a lot, like I see everybody else's collection and I go, oh, well, that's great. I don't really need one now. You know, I mean, like I'm not knocking them. I think they're great, but
you could admire other men's helmets from a distance, hey?
Yeah, I go, hey, those are fun. I say, wow, those look really cool, and then I totally don't have to go buy them. I don't know. I do that a lot with a lot of stuff in this community. You know, I go, oh, that's really neat with this and that, and then I watch a few videos on it and I go, oh, I don't need it. You know, I've seen it. Mr. B says you're not rubbing it hard enough.
No.
I like that blast effect. That blast effect looks really cool, Zombie. I like that.
Yeah, I've got to wait until it dries, and then because I normally run over it with sandpaper. You can see
stuffing up.
Yeah, you can see the edges and stuff.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it.
I was going to make this one, the carbonite one, but
Oh yeah, that's cool.
because the helmet is old,
Mm-hmm.
it's already weathered, so I don't have to do anything. So I thought
Yeah.
I'll just keep it as
Oh, right on. Yeah, you're gonna when I get the room, Rex. When I get the room for a second Imperial Royal Guard, we're gonna do another one because I've got the one pretty much finished, except for I haven't shown it because it's not finished. But I've done a life size, right? I got a mannequin, and then Rex made me an Emperor Royal Guard helmet. And then I got like a red graduation gown. Like it's not screen accurate, but it's gonna look. I mean, I think it looks cool. And then I got like some red welding gloves that look cool. And then I found some Chelsea boots. So, but it's not all together yet. But when it's finished, and because I'm gonna buy 2 of sets of most everything, right? So they match.
Mhm.
Because that's the one problem with I love the Imperial Royal Guard. And I thought, what a fairly easy thing to make. You just get like a graduation gown, or even go to the local seamstress. Because I think it's supposed to be like red velour or whatever, like if you get on the 501st.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all fairly easy to make, right? It's not like Vader, or like you have to make all the Stormtrooper armor, or Boba Fett, or all the shit, It's just a guy in a robe with some red Chelsea boots. Like the helmet's all you need specially made, you know. A life size.
That's cheating. That's cheating.
Well, I don't know if it's cheating, but I've always liked those guys. I always thought that they were cool. Anyway, and I don't see many people with them. Like a lot of people have a life-size Vader or Stormtrooper or whatever.
Well, you guys over in the States, you can just go to Home Depot and buy one.
Yeah, now you can. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. I mean, we haven't got anything like that here.
You don't.
You mean they don't sell them at Bunnings?
No, they don't. They don't. That's crazy.
Red snaggletooth or blue snaggletooth? How about that? Because that's like a 3-foot difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Blue snaggletooth's like a 5'10", like a regular sized person, right? 6 feet. And then red snag's like 4 foot. That's super cool. Gosh, don't everybody all talk at once. Oh, life-size bust. Hen has the best life-size bust.
I do.
Yeah.
I know.
And I've got the best helmets. How's that?
And you got the best.
Exactly.
So says you. So says you. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I want to do another Imperial Royal Guard. And then Brett, who I don't know if he's still here, but he saw the Royal Guard, and he said, "Oh, well, are you going to paint your toilet purple and then put one on either side of the shitter?" So, And I thought about it, but my bathrooms, I don't think it's big enough for that.
You're getting sent photos of someone's head.
Oh.
Just saying. We go from helmets to heads.
Oh, right on. Rex, I do not. I'm on my phone, so I don't know how to share the screen. So you might have to send it to.
Yeah, you can't share the screen.
You can. If you can do it on the phone, I don't know how. But
no, you can't. Not from a phone. You can't. So if someone else shares it, you can bring it up, but you can't share from a phone.
Oh, okay. Mr. B, it's up for grabs when it's done. Mr. B has one of the coolest life-size Yodas done by yours truly over here down under. The zombie hunter.
You pointed the wrong way.
Did I? No, I didn't.
Yeah, the other way.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, well, like everything's mirrored because I'm looking at it and he's totally right here.
Yep.
Son of a bitch. I'll remember that from now on. Yeah, Brett is also 4 feet tall.
Wow.
Rick, Brett, hop on if you want. We can go up to 6.
I mean, I'm not that much taller. than 4 feet.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
I'm 5 foot.
great. That's great. I'm gonna come over to your country and party with you, Hen.
Well, I've got my birthday at the end of the year.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, I'll start planning. I'm gonna go see Rum, and I'm gonna go see the Blacked Out Ewoks.
Yeah.
Blacked Out Ewoks doesn't really know it yet, but
There's quite a few of us over here, isn't there?
yeah. And I know, like somebody was telling me, oh, well, that's 2 hours on the train, and I was like, fuck, that's nothing for America.
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, I mean, like we walk across this. We don't care. That's not.
Do you drive?
Yeah, no, we drive, but I'm just saying, the distance of, we all fucking hitchhiked across America when I'm just saying it's not I'm sure it's the same thing with Australia, right? Probably takes
Australia's miles apart, isn't it?
Oh,
fucking huge.
I could drive for 14 hours and still be in the same state.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, you could probably drive all day and not be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I used to drive from Florida. I've driven from Florida to Alaska, or vice versa, 7 or 8 times, and that's almost 7,000 miles from where I stayed in Florida to where I stayed in Alaska is like almost 7,000 miles. You know, and if it's wintertime and you got to take it easy, it might take 14 days. But if it's summertime and you're rocking and rolling, like, man, easy 5 days. Just 1,000 miles a day is nothing.
If I get a direct fast train, I can get to Scotland in 4 hours.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, you can drive 4 hours here and like, well, down here where I'm at now, you could maybe cross a couple states, maybe 1.5, maybe 2 states. But there's some places, you drive 4 hours, like you're still if you're in Texas, you're still in Texas. And like my buddy Dylan lives down in Cape Canaveral, and Super John lives 2 hours south of him. And we're all in Florida, and it takes 8 or 9 hours to get to my buddy Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of people fly in America, don't they, rather than drive.
I mean, I don't know. I think the road trip might be coming back. I see a lot of people nowadays. I mean, older people have kind of always done it in this country. Like that's one of the retirement things is to get an RV and go across the country.
Yeah.
And then like we have big RV parks that cater to like professional RVers, or whatever. There's a name for them or what, but Mr. B, if you are within 2 hours of where I live, let me know. I will fucking come meet you. I will. Mid Florida. I'm not super far from mid Florida, but yeah, I went and worked with my buddy Dylan for a while. He just had like his company had some job that nobody could do, and they were having a problem. And he, because he's my buddy, he said, "Oh, I know a motherfucker that can do that." So he called me, and I drove down there. But yeah, it's like 8.5 hours, and then, I knew Super John lived close or somewhere close. Because I'm almost to the end of Florida, like Cuba's basically the next fucking place to go. And I got a hold of Super John. And I said, "Hey, I'm kind of close to you. Or, you want to, let's hang out this weekend." Because we never met, you two buddies. And he said, "Yeah, here's my place." And it was 2 more hours south. And I went, like, Florida is fucking huge, which I never drove that far down there, right? And then I still wasn't at the end. I think you could drive at least another hour to get to like whatever Key West, to like the end. And then it's Cuba, baby, I got to go to Stewart County, Jupiter. Oh, okay. John's mom's. Okay. I was at John's father's place, which I think is called the condo. And I think that's about an hour north. Because I think John said he has to drive like an hour. between houses.
Well, that's not too bad.
No, it's
I
not.
remember I used to drive an hour 45 to work once.
Yeah.
One way.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing though, down there, like I don't know what it's like in Australia, but like the few times I commuted to work for like an hour or so, it was kind of country driving, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it was enjoyable, you know, you had to like watch out, you didn't want to hit moose in the dark and that kind of shit. But once you kind of get where John is, it's all city, right? And it's like his hour. If it was in the country or whatever, it probably might not take. You know, I'm sure maybe a lot of that is like fucking stop and go toll bridge shit, which is probably not as enjoyable a drive.
No.
I don't know. Let me see. Lac is closer to me than my family in Eastern Canada. Yeah. Hey, North America is a big motherfucker, man. It is it's big. Rick has driven 3,000 miles a few times. Awesome. Well, don't everybody all talk at once now.
So I'm just eating my lunch.
I can't input on that. I don't drive. I'm just glad I live in a country that has really good transport systems.
Well, they need it over there, so.
Man. I mean, I guess a lot of people don't drive over there anymore, huh? Or what?
No, most people do.
Oh, do they?
Oh. But if you're going into the city, it's easier to get a train. It's more cost effective. Well, not necessarily more cost effective, but parking. And they have like tolls now for going into the cities, like London, for environmental reasons. So it probably works out cheaper to go by train most of the time.
Do people? Oh, go ahead.
And quicker.
Oh, so, yeah. Do people like walk across your country like they put on like they do here? Like, can you put on a backpack and walk down the road and not get hassled by the police and shit?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
That's cool. Yeah, I walk everywhere.
Oh, that's great. But like, can you walk from like one town to another? Like, would they bother you on the open highways or whatever you have?
To be fair, we have a lot of footpaths, which so this is a funny thing. So there is footpaths that have public access across private land, and you can walk across that private land because it's a public footpath.
Oh, that's neat.
Yep, and you don't have to worry about someone pulling a gun on you.
Well, right on. Yeah, I don't think they have to worry about it too much there anyway. Huh? I guess the private landowners, they might get their pheasant shotgun.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a lot of farmers tend to have shotguns.
Yeah, here too.
Yeah,
here too. Yeah, when I would like to come visit over there, and I want to go to London because there's one or two places I want to go there.
Oh, London's a hellhole. You don't want to
well, I've heard that, but there's one shop that I really want to go and visit. And
what shop would that be?
Lak and Sons Hatters. Where they invented the bowler.
Oh, that'll be expensive.
I guess it's kind of expensive, but it's not because I've looked it all up and what it takes to have one made. But it's definitely something that you want to get fitted for,
Yes.
So, because like I'm a big hat aficionado, I have all my Stetsons and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think it's the oldest hatter still
running, probably.
Still running. And I mean, I bet you there's a place in Turkey that makes fezzes that might have been around longer, but they don't, like nobody asks them, right? So, and then I think BOE lives maybe not like in London, but maybe whatever, like a suburb,
Yeah. You got a few people, I think, that live around that way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who comes to my chat that lives, because you got what's his name in Essex? Damn it. I would like to point out it's 20 to 2 in the morning. My brain stopped working at this point.
That's all right. As long as
Kieran's in Essex, and that's not far out of London.
Mm.
So,
Yeah, I figured my trip should start in London because there are a few people that are close enough.
mm.
And then I want to go to that shop. And then I don't know. I mean, I guess the train is one thing, but I was just going to cane
Hire a
for
car.
Kung Fu it. I
Hire
just
a
going
car.
to backpack and a walking stick and just whatever, truck up to the Shires and
Oh,
see.
good luck walking. Yeah, okay. I
mean,
know it's a small country, but you take a long while to get around the country on foot.
well, I'm sure some nice young birds will pick me up. Good guy like myself.
Oh, I love the
don't-
accent.
I'm going to say, yeah, people don't tend to pick up people on the road.
What?
in this
Man, I
country.
put on my bell bottoms and stuff. Like, man, they're going to love me.
Yeah, it's not really a thing here. We don't pick up weirdos on the road.
Like, you call them like a weirdo.
That's the only kind of people I pick up. Why would you want to pick up like a boring, straight-laced person? Like, that's not for a fun ride. You know? Zombie, did you see these messages from Rex?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been painting a lot of helmets lately, like the Black Series helmets. But I haven't really built anything for a while. I need to get back into it. But yeah, I've just been painting the helmets. I've just been taking a break from that.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I've been taking a break from customs for way too long, and I have no idea. I don't know. It's just, when you feel it, you do it, and then when you don't, it's like, you just don't. But then the longer and I do other stuff too, right? Like I do wood carving, and I try to paint. I used to do some oils, but now I just kind of do acrylics because oil is just, it's hard to put away and start back. And but yeah, when you don't participate in your art media for a while, you get kind of I just made this. I'll show you this. I'm not sure what it is, but I made this. I'm going to send this to my mom, my mom is an extremely accomplished, fairly well-known American oil painting artist. But anyway, look, I made this. This is a cedar root.
That's cool.
Cool.
With a cedar plank.
Yeah.
And it's all urethane and stuff. And like, I don't know, maybe it's for your jewelry.
Or hang a hat.
Yeah. You can put a hat on it, I guess. Sometimes I put a fake bird on it and I look at it.
That's better than some of the modern art they do now, Lak.
Yeah. Well, now
they put a banana on a wall and they call it art.
Yeah, man. You remember when the guy painted Jesus out of human shit?
No.
Oh, I remember that. I thought that, and I wasn't even mad at it from like a religious standpoint, but I said, like this is sensationalism bullshit. Like they hang a urinal on the wall and they go, oh, it's art, and everybody goes, oh wow, so but like they're just a bunch of they're pretentious fake artists.
It's not as bad as the woman that knitted something from wool that was inside her lady parts.
Oh, really? So check that out.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That looks good. So you would put that on your shelf. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's cool. But I like nature anyway, so I'm gonna think that's cool.
Yeah, I like that kind of stuff too. I like that stuff.
Yeah.
But when they put a banana on a wall and put a frame around and call it art, I mean, that's just crap, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I was my mom, like I said, she's and I'm not. I mean, it has nothing to do with me, so it's not bragging in any way. But my mom is like a seriously accomplished artist, and she has like in the Smithsonian and a bunch of museums in Alaska. And some federal buildings, like in New Orleans, there's a federal building that has this huge, like 13-foot by 9-foot oil painting that she did. And it's kind of like a Katrina commemorative thing. But she's like super accomplished and makes like good money at it, man. And but when I was a kid, I used like after school and different times when I was in the city where she was, like I would hang out in her studio like after school because I didn't, in the 50 below in the city, like I didn't have anything to do. Like little
Yeah.
kid, 5, 6.
Yeah.
And then, but like these art studios in Alaska, they have like they'll have an art gallery, and then they have studios that artists rent, attached to it. But when I was a kid, like I was able to hang out with like not just my mom, but like all these other artists, that did amazing stuff. And like these were like real artists, and like they really put their soul into it. And so I was fortunate enough to like up close and personal be able to see how what it takes to be
An artist.
an artist, yeah. And there was this, she's dead now, but there's this woman named Claire Faze. Sometimes it's pronounced Phages, but her name's Claire Faze. And she was one of the most famous local Alaskan artists kind of all time. Modern, And she painted in a studio right next to my mom. And she's like a older, kind of like she was like a second grandmother to me.
Mm-hmm.
And but I hung out with her all the time, and she'd always like, oh, hey, here's a canvas, do something, But and like when I was little, I didn't really realize, you don't realize how famous somebody is. They're just like your friend, or they're like your grandma,
Mm-hmm.
But then as I got older, I realized, I was like, wow, like she was this like really accomplished, super famous Alaskan artist. You can look her up, Claire. It's spelled Phagus, Faegus. If you misspell it, I think the internet will still know. But if you put like Claire Faze, artist, Alaska, you'll see her stuff. But yeah, man, art is like, I don't know, man. Everything maybe not head swapping fucking action figures may not be art.
Oh, it's a form of art.
Maybe. Blue Sasquatch.
Hi, Blue.
If I'm missing the chat, I'm sorry. It's just because I'm rambling.
So that artist that I mentioned, look her up on YouTube. It's a real thing. It's available to look up on YouTube.
Is it? Tell me the name.
Oh, I just typed in artist artist knitting with wool that has been in her.
Oh, okay. It's been in her. Okay. So
I wasn't lying. It's a real thing.
Oh, it's I was about to say it's more of like a sensory type art, right?
It was performance art.
A lot of smelling.
It was performance art.
Was it?
Yeah.
Kind of like the vagina monologues kind of a thing. Not quite.
Not quite.
I remember there were these two guys that would do like origami with their dick and balls.
Really? Ouch.
Yeah, we got that here. We got that here. It's called the puppetry of the penis.
The puppetry of the penis. That's exactly.
Yeah.
Those guys have been around for a while.
Yeah.
If it's the same two guys, I don't know. I guess with age, it just gets easier to do, right? Because everything's like,
drops down a bit more.
Things tend to stag a little
bit.
A
little more stretchy, yeah?
A little more stretchy. Yeah, you got to warm up before. Don't watch the show and then say, oh, I can do that. And you'll go, oh. Obviously, you need some practice. That's not, you can't just do that, apparently. Blue. Oh yeah, being sick. Yeah. Well, yeah, that'll definitely do it. And then Mr. B's been in a rut. Maybe it's just that time of if all the art, like we've already had Zombie and myself and Mr. B. Maybe it's just whatever, the waning of the fucking moon or something, right?
Winter hibernation. That's what it is. It's winter hibernation.
The Empire Strips Back burlesque show. Yeah, right on. Right on. Burlesque in the old days used to not mean stripping, like
No, they were just dancers, weren't they?
Yeah, and like they had the comedian. Who's that comedian? See, my little sweetheart. What's that guy's name? Shit.
Oh,
The cigar?
I know who
yeah.
you mean, and
And
I can't think
he
his
used to
name.
have a top hat or something on, didn't he?
Yeah, he wore that boater hat that he'd always put
Yeah.
his hand through and shit. Holy shit, how come I can't think of his name? I love that guy.
I know who you mean, but I can't.
Gosh darn it.
You watch, you'll
He
get
had
off the
that
screen
dude.
and it'll come straight back to you.
I know it. I know. I was just watching.
Someone in the chat will put the name in a
Somebody
minute.
knows.
Yeah.
Mr. B probably knows. W.C. Fields.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Garbo. Hey, Collecting with Cool is back. Hop on if you wish. Let me know. I'll put the link in the chat. I noticed nobody was live. It's Thursday. I mean, it's Thursday night here. I don't know what the fuck my guests are.
It's early hours of the morning here. And on that note, I am heading off. Thank you for putting up with me.
Hey, you're
that's
always
fine.
welcome, Hen. And I'm sorry I haven't been to your lives lately. My schedule just hasn't melded
It's
with
fine.
your. You know how it is.
I stream in the middle of the day for you, lot.
Yeah, and sometimes middle of the day I'm busy with not fun shit, but busy with shit.
Life. You're busy with life.
Yeah, that's not all. It's not all what it's cut out to be.
No, it's not. Life's
Lately, I have been doing a lot of deer hunting. So
awesome.
that part
That's fun.
I love, and I'm really just walking. I love nature and stuff. So I don't have to, like, we're not starving. I don't have to shoot a deer and eat it, but I like walking around in the woods and listening to the birds and stuff. So I love that.
It's getting back to nature, isn't it?
Yeah, to our roots, man. But hey, Hen, are you taking off, Hen?
I am.
Okay, I love you, dear, and it's so great to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Yeah, and make sure to send our love to TJ and Tanya.
I will do.
Yeah.
And Fanta. You forget about Fanta. Your fellow American. You forget about the fellow American.
Well, Fanta never talks too much. But she has a beautiful accent.
Tanya does talk too much.
Tanya does nothing but talk. But I like a good accent. I love the way, like, you and TJ and Tanya, I love your accents. But then at the same time, like, I love Fanta's accent, and it's obviously quite different.
Yeah,
but I like a good strong accent on a woman.
Yeah, Fanta's a well-spoken Alabamian.
Is she from Alabama? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I love this.
She's not got a strong. Accent. Yeah, she's not got a strong Southern accent. She's I mean, occasionally it comes out, but she's toned it down completely.
Oh, has she? Well, she can't be that far from me because I'm like 45 minutes from the Alabama line, and Alabama's not that huge.
She's on the Tennessee River, so.
Oh, okay. That's kind of the far side, but that's still, I mean, it's probably 4 hours. So, yeah, we should tell her we should hang out. We should meet somewhere and whatever, get some jobs.
She can't meet you anywhere. She's blind, remember?
Well, I will come see her, and then she can just, whatever.
I'm going to say goodnight before he suggests she touches or touches him somewhere else.
I would not talk dirty about someone who is not here. I wouldn't do that. Anyway,
good night, everyone.
You're a wonderful person, Hen. Thanks for coming by.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
Hen. Bye.
Yeah, definitely go subscribe to Hen. She's on, I know she's on Tuesdays and I think Thursdays too. And it is in the middle of the day for me.
But well, it's
super fun. Super fun group of people. Yeah. Super fun group of folks to listen to.
Oh man, this whole community is unbelievable.
Hold on, Brett. It's coming. Hold on. I just saw your thing. Post comment. I finally learned how to do this on the fucking thing, so I'm learning. You can teach an old dog new tricks. There you go, Brett. Lak has a Canadian accent. Do I? When I was younger, before I moved to the South of America, I used to have a really bad native accent. And like, my first wife was native and I lived in a native village. And if I go back to work in Alaska, like I hang out with all the Nates and it only takes me a couple weeks. And then all of a sudden
Go
I'm going,
back.
hey, yeah, you betcha. Say, well, hey, what your kids are doing over there now? But yeah, I used to have a much thicker Alaskan native. And like I stayed a lot of time with my grandparents. My grandmother was Athabascan Indian, and her husband, my granddad, was Inupiaq Eskimo.
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody kind of had like a, hey, what's going on? We're going to go hunt some moose and do this, and we'll have some duck soup. But yeah, when I first moved down here, man, I talk like that, like thick. And people always ask me, say, where are you from? And I don't know. I think, I guess a lot of people in Alaska kind of have that, like I don't know what the word is, right? But so like the European, I was going to say white people, but that's not fucking, I don't like that term. But like the European descents, like there's a lot of Swedish and, I would say mostly Swedish. There's like some Polish, but like there's a lot of Alaskans talk a lot like maybe Minnesota people,
Yeah.
But that's really close to Brett. Oh,
Hey,
The Minnesotans.
hey, we
going
got
on?
some. What's that? Neil.
Neil.
A very Minnesota name. Hey, Neil Anderson from Kobach, Minnesota.
They're really cool.
Yeah, those are cool, Brett.
I'm working.
So you really like that Neil guy, huh?
I'm doing an artist series, special edition. The Dirty Dozen. There's a film, right?
And they're all Neils,
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's all right. Big Red One.
Yeah, the Big Red One. That was a fucking.
Those are films.
Yeah, those are films. The Big Red One. The sand. You remember the Sand Pebbles?
Sorry, I'm late on the conversation. You were talking about that shit an hour ago.
No, I know. No, it's fine. That's one of my favorite subjects.
I'm just like, I've been listening the whole time. I've just been doing 50,000 freaking things.
Yeah, I would agree with Blue Sasquatch. Rick has one of the least pronounced Canadian accents.
But he says the big words.
But he says
the
a boot.
best.
He does say a boot.
A boot? Mm.
Yeah. And a couple other ones. You can catch it every once in a while, but yeah, Rick has one. And, yeah, Blue Sasquatch is from Canada too. He knows.
Yep.
But Rick lives in the city, so I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't speak like that. Whatever you want to. People not from there.
He can go out on the balcony though and see the Sam Squanch. Out in the forest.
You know who has a pretty thick Canadian accent is Darth Wizzy Wiz.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, pretty thick.
I was just watching his videos today.
Oh yeah, cool videos. What'd you think of that? Did you see the bantha?
I love the bantha with the fur.
Yeah,
I love it. The bantha with the furs.
Got that fur on
looking at hers. Turn around.
The power of the Force. There's some good. You have. You have the Ronto, don't you?
I do.
Yeah,
it's in a box for this guy in Australia, though.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I was going to send it to him as a surprise, but it cost more than my car payment. So.
Holy shit! I know. I've never sent anything that far, but shipping.
It's kind of wild right now. I don't know why. It wasn't like that a year ago.
I sent Rick a small. I mean, it was like a small box. It just had it had like 4 custom 3 3/4 inch customs in it.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what it was, and it wasn't like breaking the bank, but it was like $50, and I went, Jesus.
I sent him a hammerhead almost 2 years ago now, and it was like $20.
Yeah,
it's just an action figure.
Yeah, I went to the post office. I just went to the regular post office, which might have not been a good idea, but I just sent it to Rick through the regular. I just went to my local post office. And like, I know the guy and the girl that work there and like, whatever. It's just like when they say this will make it, I believe them. You know,
Yep.
and knock on wood, nothing has ever not made it yet. But I go other places, you know, and like, I don't believe them. You know,
Yeah.
they're like on the phone chewing bubble gum, and they're like, "Yeah, it'll be there," and I'm like, "Never mind, I don't trust you."
Mhm.
You know, I got a Ronto to show you. Let's see, where is that prick? So I'm not finished with this, but this is the Ronto. I cut all that bullshit saddle off.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah. It had that little nub where the Jawa would stand.
Yeah, and like you couldn't, and there was like no room for anything else,
Yeah.
you know. And so I cut all that off, and I just did this skirt, and like, you know, whatever. We'll maybe make some like bed rolls or something. But the coolest thing, which was not necessarily on purpose, because I didn't know, but when you cut the saddle off, there's a stash spot.
Right. Oh, nice.
So what? Here, I'm going to do this real quick. I just learned how to do this too. Right. So Rick, once you cut the saddle off the Ronto, you know, oh, that's one of my old business cards. How do you like that? Once you cut the saddle off, there's a little, you know, good for at least 2 or 3 grams.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
They wouldn't look in there, would they?
I mean, I don't think so. Once you put like a Jawa on there, and
Yeah.
then you know, you like, you know, whatever, you go to the store and get some cool fabric and make a bedroll or whatever, you know.
Jawa rolling papers.
Yeah. But yeah, that was the coolest thing. I went, oh, and like, you know, I don't do any drugs anymore, which is a shame, but
Or less.
no, I don't do any. I had to quit everything for my job.
You dirty whore.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, the Ronto, and like, I don't know if Darth Wizzy Wiz is still here, but you know, you know, they never made this ever again. I don't think.
I just picked up a dewback from the Power of the Force.
Yeah, those are cool too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I only got it yesterday.
I think Wizzy said it, and I also read it in Steve Sansweet's book that the detail on the Power of the Force 2 for the ships and the creatures was basically better to the movies than the first go around. You know, the OT.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
yeah.
like,
The only problem they had with that was
Hello.
Yeah. The only problem with that was they made them like bloody bodybuilders, and then they couldn't fit into the bloody ships and that.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the ships themselves are
Were really
far more
cool.
detailed.
Yeah. Give me a
ships
sec. I got to make a phone call, guys.
Yeah.
We'll be here. Yeah, the ships are still pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And there's only like a few, well, like that B-Wing I got from you, Brent, like it seems quite a bit bigger than the original.
That was a Target exclusive, I believe.
Yeah, and that was way later.
Or something.
Yeah, that was way later after Power of the Force.
Yeah.
That was like
Saga
Legacy. And I think it's bigger than the original.
That's what she said. Yeah, for sure.
He always does. But yeah, that's a cool ship. But yeah, Power of the Force 2, man, it has a lot of shit.
Well, the
holds up.
The TIE bomber for sure is way more detailed than the old school. The they had a couple different Vaders. What was the other one called that had the pointy tip wings?
I think the Interceptor.
Interceptor, yeah. That one's awesome too. I mean, I want the vintage edition simply to say I got what I wanted when I was a kid. Right. But as far as like display and stuff, I'd definitely go with Power of the Force 2 on the ships. I have the Power of the Jedi AT-AT, which is basically Power of the Force 2. It was just a few years later. Blue said, "Are these cookies?" Yes, I'm cooking.
That's right. They're weed cookies, man. Yeah, the 25th anniversary in 2025. Yeah, I bet there will be a bunch of episode 1 stuff. Which Lak will not be running out and buying all of it because I'm not a prequels fan. I'm one of those hardcore OT fans that walked out of the Phantom Menace saying, "Well, this is now made for 5-year-olds." You know? Same thing with the special editions, man. When
Yes,
I went,
sir, Mr. Qui-Gon, sir.
yeah, I don't want to be a problem.
Are you an angel?
Are you an angel? And then like the fucking fart jokes and
Are
shit.
you gonna take my virginity in 3 more years?
Wow. Yeah, that, I mean, the only thing I came out of there, I thought, well, that's one lucky little kid, isn't he? Son of a bitch. Blue frosting.
Well, he saved it up in the Jedi training school. All these other kids had the little video screens with the space porn, and he was just saving it up. And just the first time he
Twins.
First time he drenched her, he got her.
Right, edging for years.
Yes, and then it was like, I'm the chosen one.
I am the chosen one.
And I'm going to give you one, and then you're going to have 2.
Holy smokes. Yeah, what a weird... I thought the same thing with the... I had seen all the original stuff long before they did the special editions. I was raised on them. And I thought the same thing, especially with...
You know that Watto probably left, like, the space porn books laying around? So Annie probably knew what was going on.
I don't know. He
probably snuck up to her and said, I made this for you, and gave her the necklace. When you flipped it over in the back, it said, I'm going to eat you alive or something crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. Watto doesn't seem like he seems maybe too religious.
Annie, tell her about the baby oil.
Gosh, Brett always, goes to that.
What's so funny? It's so funny. It's so funny.
No, I didn't. I was not a fan. I didn't like it.
Tell her about the pod race, honey.
Oh, and man, that pod race went on way too long. That went on
like
way too long.
18-minute segment of the movie.
Yeah, son of a bitch. Like in the movie theaters, the few times I've rewatched it, I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
So I visited the guy's collection tonight, and we were talking about the sequel movies, and it was like, man, I noticed like people from a certain time really enjoyed Solo and would really have loved to seen Solo 2, or a show based on, someone out of Solo, or like Plagueis was a good idea in Acolyte, or it was like not a good idea, but like, somebody brought him up for once. But it would be cool to see like a Plagueis based series or something with the dark side, And then we both agreed that we liked The Force Awakens. We liked where it started, but where the series of movies ended just blew chunks, The second one was just terrible. And there was a third guy with us that introduced us, and he said, well, what happened in that one? I said, well, basically Luke Skywalker died because he got tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And he goes, are you shitting me? I go, yeah, don't watch it.
Don't. Yeah.
I go, and then the other guy goes, so the guy that made this first one came back to make the third one to fix what the guy fucked up in the second one. He said, unfortunately, by then it was too late. I was like, exactly.
There's a ridiculous turn of events.
Yeah.
But like I have maintained, a lot of people, they say, well, Disney ruined it and this and that. And like, man, Lucas did that shit. He did the special.
Well, he had a lot. Well, he got a lot of grief from the special effects versions. And he got a lot of grief from the prequels.
Yeah, as he should have.
But nothing's ever going to live up to the hype of the original. So you're kind of stuck.
And here's the thing: we were talking about Orson Welles earlier, and we were talking about films and stuff. There is an amazing Orson Welles interview. And I can't remember if it's Dick Cavett or one of those.
Probably one of those, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the other guy's name.
Somebody named Dick.
No, but it might have been the Dick Cavett one. But so, Dick Cavett asks him. First thing he asked him, he says, "Well, have you ever seen any of have you ever watched your films?" And Orson Welles says, no, not at all. He says, I make them and I watch them in the editing room and put them together, and then that's it. And he said, if you watch anything, just like any kind of art, you always want to change it, know? Right. And then Orson Welles gets very serious and he leans in and he says, but you can't change your film. You can't do that. You have to respect it as the art that you created at that time. He said no other artists do that. You don't see somebody saying, "Oh, the Mona Lisa is pretty good, but I think we should change it." Or like Michelangelo didn't go back and say, "Well, I think this granite carving, maybe we should change it. But the fact that Orson Welles, who is arguably, one of the greatest, most, he rewrote the book on filmmaking, right? And camera work and stuff. But the fact that he said, you can't, as an artist, you cannot change your work. And then it all clicked for me. I realized, I said, oh yeah, just like I thought. George Lucas is not a fucking artist.
You
right?
can
He's
agree
not a
with
fucking
that.
artist.
You can agree with that, but you can also disagree with that.
Well,
you can also say, well, it is my film, and if anybody's going to change it, it's going to be me. So if it falls on its face, then at least I got to do what I wanted.
You can, but then you would be arguing with Orson Welles.
And the only thing I got to say about George Lucas doing any of that was simple, in the fact that he had those original, the guys that helped him in ILM had these different drawings and different things and different ideas, and they'd say, we want to do this, but we can't figure out how to do it. So later on, when he was able to fuck with computers and stuff like that, he was like, well, this is a scene the guys always wanted,
Some of it's digital effects. Other things like Han Greedo shooting first and stuff like that. I mean, that's a bit out there.
Right, yeah. That adding effects is one thing, but changing the narrative of characters like Han not shooting first.
Yeah.
And like the scene with Jabba, right? Like when they filmed that with the guy, they didn't know what Jabba would look like. They didn't know he would come back.
Yeah.
But for
think about too, like when you're the guy making the movie and you have your storyboard out and you say, like, you have like 65 scenes and you want 3 phases of the story to climax and then have your conclusion or whatever it is for films, right? And out of the 65 frames that you make, your budget only allows you to use like 40 of them, and you're just trying to tell a story to show how a certain character is to be considered his character a scoundrel, Han Solo, right? So like maybe it is kind of like with Orson Welles, like you don't watch your final product because you want to make it, you want to see it edited, you're kind of hands off at that point, and that's the final product, and you just go and keep going and keep honing your craft, right? So maybe some of those scenes weren't as big to Lucas because he didn't really realize it, because he's insulated away from the fandom to think when he made those changes, maybe he was thinking, no, I want to make this change. I didn't think it'd be a big deal. And then the whole fandom's like,
and I think, and I
that was Lab T Nick's song, goddammit.
Right. Well, and I agree with you.
Or the gunshot from Greedo shouldn't have been, or maybe he wanted it there. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, he said specifically, and this all has to do with that Lucas decided that he wanted to cater because he knew he was going to make the prequels or whatever. And of course that, I think, now this is conjecture, but like we all know that he made a lot of his money from the action figures, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So he has to make a new product, but he said, I wanted to make everything more geared toward kids, which I would think obviously means, my big money is these action figures. I'm not going to get OT fans who are now 30 to buy these. Little did he know.
Right.
But so, and like a lot of the changes he made, like he said in the interview, he said, if he didn't want Han to look like such a bad guy, so he needed Han to defend himself.
Yeah.
So he didn't change. He didn't do these changes like in an artistic way. He did them in a, how can I make that right? His whole idea was to make it more kid friendly, which was to make more money on it, right? Sure. So you've now thrown all art out of it. He also that
totally changed Han's character.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It was ridiculous, and like it was perfect the way it was. And I've said forever, if you guys remember The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you remember when Tuco was in the bathtub? And the guy comes in.
I mean, yeah.
And he says, "Oh, you shot my arm off and you killed my brother and I've been chasing you." And Tuco shoots him through the tub. Bang, bang, bang.
And he says...
And Tuco tells him, if you're going to shoot, don't talk.
Yeah, exactly.
And like that, when I ever first saw Han in the original, that's what I thought. I said, oh yeah, Han is a gunslinging bad motherfucker, And then,
Yeah,
but
but
he
also,
wanted to change that because he thought the kiddies. And here's the other thing: he said, "Well, Han needed to be able to defend himself." Well, man, anywhere in most of America, if you turn around and a guy has a gun in your face and says, "I'm going to fucking shoot you," you are absolutely justified to murk him, right? Like
yeah,
that is the
yeah,
threat. So
yeah.
it just shows like how disconnected Lucas is from everything, reality,
Mm-hmm.
from just everything.
Mm. That
In
was more,
my opinion.
yeah, that was more like the military. You can't fire unless fired upon, you know?
Right. Well, and even in certain cases, right? Like in World War II, you don't think like the Allies are sitting there
No,
and hey,
no.
there's some Germans,
Yeah, you don't wait till
Well,
they
then that-
shoot.
but don't
then
shoot
that-
yet.
But then that would back it up if Greedo shot first, right?
Well, no, because Greedo, in all reality, he had already. I mean, he's got a blaster in his face.
Right.
Yeah.
But they just added the bolt before Han.
Yeah,
Right. Which again, it totally. I don't know. It changed. We know it changed the character, and we can confirm that with Lucas's interview saying, "I didn't want Han to look like such a bad guy shooting first. It's like he murdered him." Like he said that. That's why he did it, because he's gearing
Maybe he felt bad.
Hmm?
Maybe he felt bad.
I mean, maybe he did, but he came at it from the wrong. He came at it from the wrong direction,
yeah.
And
Well,
like
you have a look. You have a look at the whole movie. When Han shot first, and you didn't know if he was going to double cross them, or just leave them stranded somewhere. And then
You never really
end,
got a dark Han after that.
no.
It was like his darkest moment.
But
he goes
also
from killing somebody to collecting bounty and kissing girls and stuff.
yeah. But
Well,
at the end, when he said he was leaving, and then
Right.
he comes back in the Falcon to save the day. I mean, it was like a wow moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was his character arc. He's actually changed because he actually likes these people now.
Right.
You know what I mean? As where before he was a good guy and he's still a good guy.
He's like, if they piss me off, I'll just shoot them anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, he had that whole speech, right? He said, "I'm in it for the money, sister."
Yeah.
Whatever he told Leia.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, that takes away. I completely agree with you on
Your Highness, your thoughtfulness.
Yeah, it takes away from that arc of his. But and like I said, Lucas said that in all his interviews. I wanted to make it more friendly, and that's why I did this. That's why he said, "Oh, Lap T Nick is a little too sleazy," but sleazy for what? For Jabba's palace? Like that would have been exactly what we were. Like that's what if you went to Jabba's palace, like that's what you would expect, right? Like you want to have a good time.
Exactly.
Hey, keep on. Zombie, there's your
G'day, Lak.
countryman.
Hey.
Good day.
Good day, mate.
Good day.
Crikey.
Crikey.
Put another Han on the Barbie.
Put another prawn on the Bobby.
Bob's your droid uncle.
And I was gonna say this because I always have to get this in. And I can't remember the entire ins and outs of this story, right? But Rick Baker and Lucas got into some sort of argument a long time ago about something having to do with the Star Wars. And like that's one of the reasons why Lak was removed. Like it was a personal fuck you to Rick Baker who made that mask, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like that's kind of I'm just saying, like the guy obviously holds a grudge for 30 years against somebody, and he says, like that's what his mindset was, right? He says, "Oh, I'm gonna take this fucking out because fuck that Rick Baker guy."
I kind of like that about him.
Well, I don't know. It seems kind of fucking childish. It seems kind of childish to me. Hey, Zombie.
That has to be some truth to that because Marsha Lucas, I just paid for an autograph thing with her, and she did an interview, and she did say for like all these years he did everything he could to keep her name out of everything, even after she basically saved the films and won the Oscar for the editing and all that shit
Mm-hmm.
because he had told her, "You're never going to get a piece of my business after this,
Yeah.
my empire or whatever."
Mhm.
Some people are driven that way.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you know,
Drive on the petty.
yeah, that's what I mean. And like, so
And you know, too, like very creative people have a level of genius that needs to be fueled by something, and sometimes it's weird shit, and sometimes it's pettiness and anger and
right,
other unresolved conflicts
which
in their
speaks
life.
for the character of a person,
Yeah.
right? And
Sometimes
like,
it's beyond
I
their
don't know.
control.
I think all of us, like, we all have ex-wives, right? Like everybody on the screen, I have multiple, you know, but I'm just saying we all have exes, right? And like there is a point in your life where, like, you know, we might all be mad at the beginning, but like, and like, especially if you have kids or something, right? There's a point where you put a lot of that shit away.
Yeah.
Because you're a grown ass fucking man. Right. And like, I'm just saying, Lucas doesn't seem like he has those John Wayne qualities.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
So
I'm gonna go meet him and find out.
That's what it seems like to me. Darth Muzza. Everybody say good day to Darth Muzza.
Muzza.
Wow. We got like the whole.
The Australian posse is descending upon you.
Who are we? I don't know. Are we missing anybody?
yeah, Michael Reed.
Oh, Mr. Reed. I wonder
What
what
about
he's doing.
is Palps?
He's probably just finishing work.
Is Palpatine from Australia?
No,
No, he's UK.
He's
That's
from
right.
the Empire, man.
I thought he did some life experiences down under though.
No, that was Rum.
Ah, okay.
Rum
This
went
is the
to,
kind of down under I
to
like.
Sydney and stuff. Yeah,
Okay.
he spent a few months in Sydney. I think Rum did.
He did a walkabout.
Yeah, he did a walkabout.
Yeah.
You know what Greedo said when you when they changed the version of it, you know, and they added a little bit of line of dialogue, and you know what they said? In the Australian version, it was different. He said, "That's not a blaster.
That's not,
This is a blaster."
yeah, you know
They let Paul Hogan step in and do the voice.
when he gets up and flips the coin and says sorry about the mess. Way cooler when he shot him first under the table.
Yeah.
Way
hell yeah.
That was a very Western feel.
Dude. And like, you know, I've seen all the Westerns long before Star Wars, you know, I ever saw that. But yeah, man, like when I saw Han fucking shoot under the table, I immediately, like, that's Tuco from Good and Bad and the Ugly, you know? And like, that's who you presumably want Han to look like. Oh, hold on. We have to go back. We missed some of Spencer's. I know I put some up, but I didn't get a chance to read it. Okay. This one. So Spencer's back. I had an adult that was selling books at the comic store to me. A custom on a blank cover of Darth Jar Jar. I think that's cool. I would buy that figure. I'm not a Jar Jar fan necessarily, but I would buy a Darth Jar Jar.
Mm-hmm.
I think we could all. I was looking at the Gentle Giant Darth Ray bust. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's got two heads.
She's got that split saber or whatever.
Yeah, but she's got two heads, and the one is with the fucking sharp teeth.
Oh.
Yeah, like I know that bust really well.
Oh man. And like I'm not a Ray fan, and like the dark Ray figure from Hasbro, I would buy that if it had the fucking teeth, and it doesn't. You know, but
Could you make them?
I mean, I'm sure there's a 3D print out there somewhere.
Could you customize it somehow?
Yeah, you could. Easy.
I don't know if you could customize that head. I mean, I guess you could.
No, I just mean something for the teeth somehow.
Yeah,
I mean, you'd have to like cut it. You'd have to cut it out, and then maybe
you could put like
another
some
figure that has
some resin or something and
say that again.
Maybe some resin and dry it just over her teeth.
Her mouth is closed.
Oh.
So you would, like I said, you would have to like go above the lips with your X-Acto knife, cut it all out, remove it, and then find a figure that's somewhat matched.
Yeah.
And then
unless you just go with the mouth closed and do like the Sif with the robes and the dark colors and stuff like that. The black.
Yeah, I think the teeth are where it's at, though. That's what.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what
But I think you got to pick a good figure to do that, though. I think that's the only thing.
It would
unless
probably
you make
be much. It would probably
unless you make a custom head or something. You know.
Yeah, it would be much easier to. I'm sure there has to be a program already. Somebody had to have.
I got
done
blood
that.
on this one.
No.
Oh.
Does that make
Blood.
it more valuable? So Spencer says, let me read this one. He drew me a Jar Jar on a comic book blank cover for $300. Plan on getting it graded and at CGC. Oh, very cool.
Nice.
That's super cool. I didn't want to. When somebody says we missed their chat, I definitely want to go back. So we got you, brother.
Oh.
There you go.
I think I missed the chat earlier. I think. Remember,
did you? Oh, I did. And look, I couldn't scroll up far enough because it stopped.
Yeah, I know. It was probably gone by then. I'm just stirring you.
I know you are. Yeah, look. Keep on, nose. George Lucas ain't no John Wayne. Damn right.
No, because he's still alive.
Muzza thinks that Mr. Reed is probably out looking for his Vegemite.
And cheese, hot cross buns.
Let's see. All right, we're talking about Australian food. I've had some Vegemite before. I don't think they sell shit like that in Alaska. You know, because it's shelf stable and everything. But I've never seen any down here.
Is it just a veggie spread? Is that all it is?
Yeah, it's like the byproduct.
Yeah.
What does it identify as?
I think it identifies as a vegetable paste.
But you said it was by.
No, it's the byproduct from. It identifies as a byproduct.
I got you.
It's kind of like there's another one. What the fuck is it called? There's Vegemite, and then there's two other ones, but one is
Dolomite.
No, not Dolomite. But there's one that's made out of beef, and it's totally like a bouillon, you know. But it's a shelf stable. But you can use it like people use it like Vegemite. They spread it real thin on their toast. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's like
Promite, is it, or something?
What's that?
Promite or something?
That might be it. I can't remember.
Basically, like potted meat.
Yeah, but it's much drier than potted meat.
Okay.
Yeah. My one Spencer has one weakness: bacon cheeseburger, extra cheese, extra bacon. Well, yeah. Where my wife works, she works in a gift shop, but it's attached to this Irish pub, and man, they got the best bacon Gouda burger. Lak's eating a lot of burgers, baby. And they got the best. They have the best steaks. They have a great meat buyer. They cut all their own ribeyes and fillets, and then all the trimmings get ground up into the burger.
Oh.
So that's obviously why it's the best fucking burger you've ever had. But I'm partial to the bacon Gouda burger.
I like Gouda.
Yeah, Gouda is Gouda. And of course, I don't get extra Gouda because it's fairly strong anyway, but always extra bacon.
Damn, you're making me hungry.
Marmite. Is that the other one?
Yeah, that's the Poms. They have that's in the UK.
Is that's still vegetable based though, huh?
I think so. Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah, there's one that's called like beef. It's like Beefomite or Biomite, but it's it's kind of like pemmican, I guess. If you know what that is.
Yeah.
But it's it's a shelf stable thing. Do any of y'all remember Sailor Boy pilot bread?
No.
Remember that? I used to keep a whole bunch, but they're big, round crackers, and that's like the Alaskan. Like a lot of Alaskans have like the Sailor Boy tattooed on them. Like it is the staple of Alaska. It's called Sailor Boy pilot bread, and it comes in a big blue box. and it's this big sleeve of real. It's like almost like hardtack or something, you know. It's a real hard cracker. But you know, you crumble it up and put it in water with, you know, like a squirrel bone and make soup and different stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeast extract, Muzza knows. Yeast extract. I used to. There's a vagina joke in there somewhere.
Oh.
Oh. Camp pie in a tin? Anybody? Any of you Aussies?
A camp pie?
Camp pie in a tin.
Yeah, that's not my
No.
moon pies. Get you RC cola and a moon pie. I buy a
that's a bit
can
old
of
for me.
ham every few years.
Buy what?
I'm a deviled ham and sardine kind of a guy.
Ooh. Wicked combination.
Man, I mean, I don't necessarily eat them at the same time, but I'm just out of the canned foods.
They have them on the pallet list. Wow.
Man, deviled ham was the shit, man. And then between 2 pieces of bread with some mayonnaise and a whole lot of black pepper.
Don't you mean mayonnaise?
Nope, mayonnaise.
The Mayans? Make it out of Mayans?
My dad, he says mayonnaise. It's mayonnaise. Because my dad is from, you know, central Louisiana, and it's called mayonnaise. But I say mayonnaise.
No, we say mayonnaise, yeah.
Mayonnaise.
Like aluminium.
I definitely say mayonnaise, and I definitely say no salad dressing. No Miracle Whip.
Cool Whip?
No. Cool Whip's okay, but not Miracle Whip. Oh.
No. You ever had a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich?
It's been a while.
But you've had them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think by choice. I think somebody gave me something to try.
It's probably like
because it's one of those things where you go, I won't try that, and you try it, and you go, yeah, okay. Kind of like peanut butter. Kind of like peanut butter and cheese sandwich or something like that. Weird combo.
Yeah.
It's not terrible. It's just not my first pick.
There was definitely, you know, times when I was young when we were, you know, bean and rice.
Yeah.
Shoot squirrels in the yard, you know.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, man, peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich. Let's see what aluminium is wrong. Hey, whether it's aluminum or aluminium, I don't want it injected. I don't want it added to a vaccine. I can tell you that. Bam! I heard Russell Brand say that today. I thought it was funny. Whether it's aluminium or aluminum, either way. Where are we? My dad used to make us craft dinners and sardines. What's a craft dinner?
Oh, that's
cheese.
Is that like a microwave thing?
Mac and cheese.
I think that's a company craft.
I know
mac and cheese.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, probably something like that.
The beef version of Spam.
Oh, like I didn't even know that existed.
Like chipped beef, huh?
Oh, there was a Scrapple. Remember Scrapple? That wasn't a can like Spam, and it was like everything else.
What about that corned beef?
Butthole. Corned beef, or they made regular beef hash.
Yeah, man, I had some. They had that big snowstorm here, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
No, but you guys.
But the whole fucking world shut down.
You guys don't have the equipment on the highways for that.
Well, the snow was melted like the next day, right? Because all the asphalt. I mean, it got warm enough, and all the fucking asphalt got hot, and the roads were totally clear.
Yeah.
Like the next morning, like there was still 9 inches of snow in people's yards, but the driving was fine. And but I busted out. You know, I have I'm from Alaska. I have a big fucking 2 big giant things full of beans and rice and coffee and, you know, Tylenol and fucking water purification pills and sardines and all that shit. And I found some corned beef hash, and I was like, "Oh yeah, let's have some corned beef." And I
some eggs.
Yeah, I had corned beef hash and eggs, and motherfucker, I've had heartburn ever since. I'm never eaten corned beef. I don't remember it ever doing that to me.
It's what happens when you get old, brother.
Son of a bitch. That's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
My brother Henry, that's what he'd say. That's what happens when you get up in that age.
Yep.
Where in the U.S. going to get its peanut butter and cheese wins from next week? I mean, I don't know. Is Jif peanut butter made in Canada? I don't know.
Last
We're
time I
just-
checked, Georgia had the peanut.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like Georgia's like the peanut growing capital of maybe not the world, but yeah, we got our own peanuts. We're not worried. You know, we're just gonna buy American stuff. That's the whole point. It'll be fine. It ain't gonna hurt us none. You know. Yeah, it might have. It might have. Yeah, it got down to like 28 degrees. Which, what is that? I don't know what that is in Celsius, but 0 Celsius is 32. So 28, what you would minus
-4, something like that.
what do you do? You minus 32 and then like divide it by 1.5 or something. I can't remember. But they did teach us that in school, the conversion. But I don't remember it because I don't use it much. But I still use a squared plus b squared equals c squared. I use that all the fucking time.
You do?
Yeah, fuck yeah, when I build shit. And you know, before I ever learned it in school, I used it all the time when we used to cut trees. And you don't even know it, right? But when you're looking at a tree and you're trying to figure out where it's going to land, you know, that's what you're doing. You're using a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
I see.
You know? Yeah. And so when I learned that in school, and being that I went to school in Alaska, I think that's how they taught it to us, right? Like they showed a tree and like a shadow of a tree, and then the guy's going to cut the tree down in the little diagram. And I was like, oh, fuck, I get that. You know?
Sounds practical.
Totally practical. Yeah, I use that all the time. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. What's it called? Pythagorean theorem. Bam! How about that? From Han Solo to food talk. Yeah, we cover it all, man. We have no Ed thinks he has no fucking rules. We have no fucking rules also.
Right.
That's right. Let's see what Spencer says. Had the idea of opening my burger shack named Greasy Fucks. Greasy Fucks. Right on. Sell over topped greasy burger and chili dogs. Yeah. I like to eat. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Grease is good. As long as it's bacon grease. You know? Darth Muzz's favorite is the Pythagorean thing. I have to stutter to say it. I don't know what the fuck my deal is. But yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, baby. Yeah, that's a good one. Everybody should learn that one. I mean, I don't know. I guess there's a lot of people today that don't do hands-on type work. I guess if you're like a coder on a computer, you probably don't need to know that shit.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're going to go out there and build some trusses or something for a fucking building, you know, you need to know that shit. It happens. It happens. But yeah, good times. I'm glad you guys made it.
No, that's all good.
Yeah. Always.
Always here, Lak. Always
Well, I
here.
missed the last 6-hour marathon.
I know. How can
Yeah,
you
so
miss
did,
6
so
hours?
did I. I jumped on.
We
the
started
last
it together,
half
and then I missed the next one.
Yeah, Zombie missed the whole thing. And then by the time Zombie showed up, I was
He's like, well, I got to go to
Not
bed.
enough.
well, yeah. Well, I wasn't nodding off, but I don't know. It's weird. I feel when I get tired. Like I feel it. I used to never be like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Darth. I thought
cool.
I knew that. Darth
They're
Muzzin
cool,
is a
right?
carpenter, and he uses it all the time. Right on.
I got to jump off, Lak.
Oh no. Okay.
Robert, good to talk to you, brother.
Yeah,
Well,
see you, Brett.
Hey,
I'm
if
sure
we're
we'll
here,
talk later.
we're here in 3 or 4 hours. Come back on.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
All right. Take
See
care,
ya.
brother.
Bye.
See ya.
Make sure to go subscribe to Collecting with Cool, especially if you're into Star Wars collectibles. He's got a hell of a setup.
Yeah, he's got the Vader and I think he's a Stormtrooper as well, I think.
Does he have the Stormtrooper?
I don't know. I know he definitely got the Vader.
Yeah, he definitely has the Vader. But yeah, he's got a lot. Have you seen the R2 Pepsi drink holder?
Yeah.
That's fucking cool. I remember seeing that in the gas stations and stuff.
Not quite as cool as my R2, but
Well,
it's still cool.
No, but it's still pretty cool.
Oh, it is still cool. Anything
Yeah.
Gatu is pretty cool.
Yeah, and like if you had like a party, you could still fill that fucker up with ice and put your drinks in it and shit.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
sure it's got
also
a drain or whatever. I mean, that's what they did. I remember that.
yeah.
You go to the store and it'd be full of ice, and they'd have the Pepsis.
Imagine
stuck-
having a Star Wars party, then filling it up with ice and drinks. I mean, how cool would that be?
Yeah, that'd be super badass.
Yeah.
Then you'd have to have like a custom, barbecue pit that looked like somebody.
Or
Maybe-
you can buy those
Okay.
barbecues that look like the TIE fighters and stuff like that.
Mr. Muzz has got to get back to work.
All right, Mars, take it easy, man.
Yeah, good to see you, my friend. Take care of yourself.
I'll probably see you on Top Gun Model School tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, Top Gun.
On
Is
my
that
way.
tomorrow?
Yeah,
Oh,
tomorrow night.
it's already the next day where you're at.
Yeah, it's Friday here.
Yeah, it's still Thursday here.
Yeah.
I was thinking, is that tomorrow? But for me, it's not tomorrow. It's not tomorrow for me, baby. Isn't that great?
No.
That's crazy.
No.
But yeah, I'm glad you stopped by, Muzz. I love you, brother. Hope everything's going great in your world, my friend.
Yeah, because I didn't have this helmet yesterday, Lak.
Oh, you didn't? You didn't have it yesterday. You have it
No.
today. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But for me, you got it tomorrow.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
It's so weird, isn't it?
Crazy. Well, I mean, I guess it's not. I mean, it's only weird in the sense that we're like talking to each other in real time.
Yeah.
But as soon as you look at a globe, you think, wow, that's really not that strange.
Nah, not really.
And like you're looking at the sun,
Yeah. Well, we just tend to make things weird, don't we?
I guess so. Australia had the first single cast tank turret during World War II. Did you know that?
Oh. No, I didn't know that.
Yep, y'all were the first to do that.
Oh, nice.
I think maybe it was the body, not the turret. I can't remember. But anyway, y'all were the first ones to cast a huge tank part. Everybody else was still like, they were still doing it like a boat. They were making a frame and then riveting steel plates to it.
Yeah.
And y'all said, fuck that. Why don't we just cast this son of a bitch?
Yeah. Oh, they've made some pretty amazing
Keon's got to head back to it's lunch break's over in your country.
Yeah, it's like nearly it's like 20 to 2 in the afternoon here.
Oh wow.
Collecting.
Good to see you. I hope everybody's doing well in your world too, my friend. Stay in touch. I'll talk to you on the Instagram sometime.
But I've been doing some helmets and stuff like that. So
just
especially
painting them.
Yeah, just the Black Series ones.
Yeah.
It all started with the Mace Windu 187th Trooper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I did the training helmet, of course, ages ago, but I really wanted that helmet, but bloody Disney was sold out of it. So I said, bugger it, I'll just paint my own.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. You got the tools, you got the knowledge, right?
Yeah.
To quote Winston, what was that? Winston from Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
We got the tools, we got the knowledge. Yeah, might as well.
That's it.
I've been threatening to. They don't like you have that snow trooper helmet, but you made that, right?
Which one? Yeah. That's 3D printed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I've just got to finish off the eyes.
Oh, do you? I don't. They haven't made one of those yet, huh?
No, they haven't made one of those. They haven't made a TIE fighter. They haven't made an AT-AT driver helmet.
All the good ones.
Yeah. I got the TIE fighter helmet. I got a Dom Post one, which was pretty cool.
Oh, you see what Ricardo says here about the dark side ray?
Yeah, head sculpt. Yeah, with the shark teeth.
He says it's too hard to 3D print it with the teeth. Damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be. I like I said, I do not like the sequels. Ray can fucking go pound sand. I don't. But that one split second where she's got the teeth.
Yeah.
Like that's a cool.
There must be a way. You can cut the teeth out when you're like in the model, in the before you put it into the slicer program and that, you can get out the teeth and then print them separately, then put them back in after, and print them, put them back in later. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way.
Yeah, I see what you. Yeah, just plug
Yeah,
it in, plug in.
yeah,
Like I was saying to do, but remove. But I was talking about finding a figure and just.
yeah. Cutting it up.
Yeah, having
Yeah,
just
yeah.
plugging it in there. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
what scale is that? Is the Ray Gentle Giant? Is that supposed to be 1/6 scale?
I thought Gentle Giant is 1/6. Most of their stuff is 1/6. I'm pretty sure.
I have two up here. They're still in the box, but I don't think it says on it. But yeah,
Usually
they
says
gotta
on the
be.
front.
It's only the bust, and they gotta be 1/6 scale because the whole bust is probably 7 inches. So yeah, that's gotta be. So yeah, I guess it however they did it. I mean, they probably sculpted it right, and then like the old way. So
Yeah.
and then made a mold of it. But yeah, man, I think that that it doesn't. It probably doesn't matter to you because you're so far away for shipping. But Big Bad Toy Store, that Dark Ray bust is on sale for like $30.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like for 110, I would never buy it, but for 30, I'm thinking, man, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
I paid full. I have the Lak Chat one, and I paid full price for that. Which, why wouldn't I?
Well, yeah. I expect you would have it regardless.
Yeah.
But what's the price? Have prices over? I don't know. What's the prices over there like in the Star Wars stuff? Have they come down lately? Like here in Australia, prices have dropped really dramatically. For Star Wars stuff. I mean, there's still the stuff that holds its value, of course. Like in the second-hand market, but majority of stuff has come down. Like figures have come down. Like I said, I brought the Dewback, the 97 line from the Power of the Force. I paid like $20 for it, which is really cheap. Yeah. I just bought a Black Series Stormtrooper 6-inch. It was like $25 or something. Yeah. So as where a couple of years ago or a year ago, they would have been like at $45-$50.
Really? I have not. I don't. I mean, I don't pay too much of attention, and like I don't even toy hunt locally that much anymore because we don't get anything here.
Yeah.
But the last I can remember, I think Black Series, which is mostly what I look at, I think it's still running, in the 22 to 29.
Yeah.
Depending on like whatever they call it, like the big Paz Vizsla is more. But no, now a lot of shit goes on sale.
Yeah.
But that's not really the same thing. But I haven't noticed a price drop in anything like firsthand from the Targets and Walmarts and whatever.
No, I was talking more of the secondhand market and stuff.
Oh, the secondhand market? I haven't looked. Well, actually, that's not true. I have looked at a couple things that appear like I was looking at some Mythic Legions and different stuff, not necessarily Star Wars. I haven't been looking at secondary market Star Wars stuff in a while.
Some more looking at helmets and stuff like that. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention because there's, every once in a while there's something that I really want to get, and it's usually something I miss because we don't get shit here, or I don't pay enough attention, and so I have to buy some stuff off this. But it's been a long time since I've done it. But I'm like, I'm really reining in. Like I've decided that I'm only gonna buy figures for a display. Like I have to have the idea.
Yep.
And I have to keep that idea for an extended period of time, right? Like there's been a couple times where I thought, oh, I'm going to do whatever, XYZ.
Mm-hmm.
And then by the time I see the figure at the store, I think, oh, I was going to do this, but what was it? And then I realized, oh, I obviously didn't think it was that fucking cool because I don't remember.
Yep.
So fuck it. I'm not doing it.
Yeah. See, I only buy the figures that I can do the helmets for.
Mm-hmm.
You see, unless it's a really cool figure or a really cool helmet. But yeah, I always try to match the helmets with the figures.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I display them. But yeah, no, I've noticed helmets have come down a lot over the last especially the last 3 or 4 months.
Oh yeah.
The helmets, yeah, because I just picked up a first order trooper helmet, right? You know, the white one.
Mm-hmm.
But I picked it up for $120 plus like 35 shipping. That helmet last year would have gone for like 200.
No shit.
Yeah. So
I know that a bunch
yeah.
of the helmets have gone on sale. Because like I just watched, who was it? I think it was like Only One Kenobi got a Biker Scout helmet.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't think that he mentioned that the price dropped. I think it was just on sale. Well, you know, which is just as good. You know, I think that thing was, I mean, over $100, and then I think that he got it for whatever 98. You know, so it's like $30 cheaper or whatever it was.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been threatening. I don't know. I would be all in on a snow trooper helmet.
Yeah.
And maybe and I like the Biker Scouts.
Yeah. Oh, the Biker Scout is probably one of the best they've brought out.
Yeah, that seems pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah, that's always. And I would be all in for an AT-AT driver too, because those are like my top 3 favorite. And you think they do like an Emperor's Royal Guard? That can't be. That has to be. I mean, other than it being like I guess it's probably more plastic if they did it correctly.
Yeah.
But like, you know, it doesn't hinge. It doesn't have to do it. You
know. No, exactly. I think the only problem with that is they can't do different issues with it. As where you have a look at the Stormtrooper helmet, right? The original New Hope one. I mean, they've got so many different versions of it. Like they've got the Shadow one, they've got the Stormtrooper, and there's other ones as well. But yeah, they could just, and the same as the Boba Fett as well. They just repaint it, and then they've got a new issue of it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're gonna do. Yeah, I think a lot of people forget, and I don't mean you, but yeah, a lot of people forget. Like, it's a company for profit. You know.
Yes, of course.
Like so many people, like I was just watching. They had that, like the new Luke Black Series came out, and you know everybody loves the hard good, you know, gi that he's wearing, but the face is not right. But yet the last one they made, the face was great, but it had soft goods that were like oversized and looked bad.
Yep.
You know, and these people are saying, well, I don't understand why they can't do it right. Well, and my first thought is they don't have to do it right because they know that the majority of people are going to buy every fucking one of them anyway. You know?
I was watching I think I was watching a stream or video the other day, and I can't remember what it was, but hang on, oh shit, I nearly had it then. God, oh bloody hell, it's in my head. It'll come to me at the end. You watch. And it was about a guy he knew, one of the guys at Hasbro, and they were doing like a Q&A kind of thing, and they had a few people around, and they asked him he asked him, why don't you listen to the fans and stuff like that, right, about making stuff, right? And this goes back to your company business, which I can totally understand. So he went, there was like about 8 or 9 people there, and he went around the room. He says, all right, what do you want us to make? And the first one said, whatever figure. Next one said another figure. Next one said another figure. Next one said something else, and so on. And he goes, there's your answer right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, every fan has a different answer.
Exactly. And that's what Hasbro, that they try to put out the best they can, but there's so many ideas out there. Where do they start? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
The only place they could start is like, if they did every run in the original, right?
Yeah.
Like the 97, do all those. But again, that's not going to be cost effective for them, right? And like, that's why that's going back to George Lucas, knowing that the figures were his bread and butter, right? That's why they write these shows with a new stormtrooper, or you got to have 50 different Mandalorians with slightly different paint jobs, right?
Exactly. So it's cost effective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then they just rejiggle it.
Yeah, and then here's the thing, that people will, not everybody in the community, but I see a lot of people, they complain, but they're still going out and buying every Mandalorian.
Yes, of course.
They're still going out and buying every stormtrooper, and then they complain, and it's like, like you're the one that's funding them, and that's why they won't do anything else, because they don't have to,
Yeah.
And I just don't understand how people can be disconnected. They just released that Emperor with the throne.
Yeah.
And I watched some reviews on it. Not that I'm interested, but I watch all the new stuff that comes out. And like, apparently the Emperor they had before, that nobody liked the paint on the face, like it was the wrong kind of color.
Mm-hmm.
But his robe is like folded and seamed, right, and sewn, so the robe lays nicely
on the head. Yep.
So they released this new one that has a better painted face. People feel like they listened to us, they painted the face more accurately. But apparently this one's robe is not hemmed, so it's got this weird,
look.
It doesn't fit. It has this big, whatever you call it, the puffiness, which a lot of figures used to, a lot of figures do suffer from that, right? There's not enough material for it to lay correctly, to look good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I watched these two guys, and they did all this complaining, and then they showed the promo pictures where the Emperor had the old robe on it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, oh, they lied to us. This is a different robe. This is fucking Hasbro. They lied, assholes, all this kind of shit. And then at the end of the video, they say, but I still recommend you get it, because how else are you going to get the throne? And you can always go to Ollie's and spend $10 and get the other Emperor that has the better throne, put this one's head on the better robe one, and then you have the throne. And like, that right there fucking shows you why the fuck, like, Hasbro don't have to fucking do a goddamn thing that you want, right?
Yeah.
Because all these guys complained about it for 25 minutes and said, but I'm still buying it, and I'm going to go buy the one that I don't like
and mix and match.
Mix and match. So so why will Hasbro ever make one that's got everything you want? Mm-hmm. Right? Like, it's almost, if Hasbro is as diabolical as my conspiracy theorist mind works, right? It's like with that loot, they say, well, everybody liked the face on the last one, but they didn't like the robe. Well, how do we get them to buy both? Well, let's make one where the face is off, but the robe is how they like it.
Yeah.
Right? So the one that everybody passed on, they're going to go buy it, and they're going to swap the heads.
Yeah.
And it's working, right? It's working.
Yeah.
And so that's the only thing I don't get about it, whereas everywhere else in all other forms of people's lives, right? Like if people are on one side of the political aisle, they're not going to shop at Target because of whatever. Yeah. And then now the new thing is these companies are getting rid of certain things. And so people are, I'm not going to shop there now. But these fuckers will still all go buy Hasbro products after complaining.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So either buy it all and know that you're just going to go buy it and don't complain, or actually show the company that you're not happy with what they're doing and stop fucking buying it, Exactly. But it's like, they can't, right? It's like, it literally is plastic crack to a lot of people.
It is.
And I don't necessarily have, I don't like I don't have that. I can quit anytime, man. You know, like I don't feel like I have that problem. I think I want something. I go to the store, I carry it around, and then I look at it long enough and I go, I don't need this. I don't need this. And I go and I put it back. I do that a lot. I do that a lot. You know, and I'll watch reviews and I go, oh, that's fucking great. That's so cool. And then I do the same thing. I go to the store and I find it and I carry it around the store and I go, I'm not spending $25 on this. You know, I don't need that. So, and like I've gotten rid of a bunch of figures. Obviously not gifted figures, but you know, like I've gotten rid of a bunch of shit. Like I had this big box of stuff I was saving for customs and different stuff. And like,
Yep.
once that shit lays there for a year, like some of the stuff, I was like, what is all this? And I was like, I don't know what it is. And I fucking threw it away. I just fucking threw it away. I was like, nope, I'm not going to do
Dealing
that.
with it.
Yeah, I'm not even going to fucking. And then the other day I said to myself, I said, okay, I'm not, because I'm looking at the few things I have. And I like this, you know, like I have this, when I got this display here, I went and I got the fake snow and the fake trees. And when I first saw one of those Santa Claus, and like some of the things, like, I don't want to, like, you have a vision, right? Like I saw the one lumberjack Santa and I thought about the Mythic Legion's moose. And I was like, wow, how cool would that look on that? But it can't just be, you know, and so this whole thing was built in my mind, right? And then, so now and then I kept on it, right? It was steadily in my head. And then that's how I know, okay, let's do that, you know? Because like I said, I'll think of stuff all the time, but the next day it wasn't cool enough to really remember what it was.
No.
You know,
no,
but
exactly.
the good shit, I hang on to it. It's just like the Boba Fett on the flame horse, you know?
Yes.
The first time I saw the horse, I said, why is Boba Fett not riding that horse? You know? And that stuck with me for like almost a year, you know? And I kept saying, like, I had a Boba Fett figure that I think Gilster gave me, Black Series. And every time I looked at it, I said, why is that guy not on them? And so I decided, okay, we're going to do that. So I'm cutting way back. If there's not I'm not going to put up a huge bookshelf and buy every Black Series figure and just have them in a row.
No.
Like that doesn't, I think it looks great. I watch everybody's room tours.
Yeah.
And I think it looks awesome, but it
doesn't appeal to you.
It's not for me.
No.
It's not for me. You know, I'd much rather put up my swords and like I'm gonna leave. I had to tell my wife the other day. I said I'm leaving the Santa Claus up all year round. I said I'm not. I was like, this is too cool.
Yeah. Well, that's like me. When I get the figures, like I take them out the box, which you know how much trouble you can get with some people doing that. But unless they're like really old, I take my figures out the box to display them with the helmets, you know, that I've got.
Yeah, I think I love that idea of having the figure and then you make the helmet look like the figure. Like, I think that's like, it has personability to it or something. Like, not everybody's doing that.
No, exactly.
And I think that's fucking cool.
Exactly. That's why I do the helmets that I can't get. You know what I mean? Like Hasbro don't have a Phase 2 Shock Trooper helmet. Oh, you know.
Let me see if I can show. You might have seen these already.
Yeah, I've seen that. I love that display. That looks awesome with the comic books and that.
And and like, you know, these comics are from the, you know, I mean, not the old days, but you know, I've always thought, wow, that looks cool. And then
it does look cool.
Yeah, and then when I started seeing, when they came out with this Nick Fury, which was recent, then I realized that like this is possible, you know?
Yeah.
And like this stuck with me for a while, and I thought, well, how do I want to do the background? What should it look like? And then, you know, I just went with the simple colors. It's just simple. Yes. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
You know? And then like that this one was always one of my favorites.
Yeah.
And then, you know, and until they came out with that Snow Viper with the wolf cape.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden one day I said, oh shit, that's possible. You know, it's possible to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And then this has always been one of my favorites. This I know the glare is not good, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, but those are simple, and like these are like across the wall from the foot of my bed, you know.
Yeah.
And I look at them and I go, God, that looks. I go, God,
so
that's
good.
fucking cool.
I know.
You know? And every time I look at it, I say that. I go, ah. So I know that that's like a winner, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And this one, there might be a time where I go, maybe this should only come out at Christmas. You know,
Yeah.
I could see that happen at some point. But yeah,
it really goes down to how you display stuff as well.
mm-hmm.
Because I've seen videos where people have got displays and they look absolutely amazing, and then I've seen other videos where they've got like 40 or 50 Black Series figures on one shelf, and you can't even see the guy behind him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to how you display them.
Mm-hmm.
I like eventually to, because I've only got the cheap shelving cabinets like 99% of most collectors, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've got the normal like garage shelving. I'd like to upgrade it to the really nice shelving at some stage. That's a bit away because probably a unit's probably worth about $900, so that's probably, and I need a few of them, so that'll be a bit far down the future. But yeah, I always find it's not only the collecting, but it's how you display it as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because you can have some totally badass stuff, but if you don't display it correctly, then it's not going to show its full potential.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I think like some of the guys who, like I've seen some, you know, like maybe they'll display them each movie or whatever on a different little shelf. That looks cool. And then even the guys who do have like all the Black Series figures, and you know, they'll be like all the Empire and all the Jedis, or you know, they're some sort of semblance of grouping.
Yep.
And I do think that looks really cool, but it part of it is like the volume of it is
yes.
why it's so cool, right?
Yes.
And then, but like I'm not a completionist, and like I don't. There's plenty of Star Wars characters and films that like I don't really care about, you know.
Yes.
And
exactly.
then so it's not. It won't necessarily work for me. And like I have a shelf over here where like it's kind of become like a catch-all. And so there's just figures up there, and you know they're separated, and because they're not necessarily all the same thing, right? But like the shelf kind of fucking pisses me off.
Yeah,
you know, because it's just, and that's what started me with like, here's a perfectly fine shelf that could be something, that
something
could,
great,
you know, could be something, you know,
mm-hmm.
and it's just got all these different things on it, and it's got like a bunch of heads that I am saving. Like I do have a small group of. I went apeshit on eBay and I bought these 2 heads.
Yeah.
Right. And I have like 12 of each one. You know, because the price was right and I wanted to do every iteration. And like, so that's like a long-term project. But then I have so many now and I'm sitting here thinking like, now wait a minute. What the fuck am I doing with these?
Yes.
You know, like I make it and I go, yeah, that's cool. That's Nick Fury from that page of that comic book. Sweet. Yeah. And then I go, well, now what?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then they all just get put on, like most all these Nick Furies are just like on a shelf together. And the only thing is that they're just all the different iterations of Nick Fury. And it's like a plain shelf. It's not like in there with the comic books and the color and you know, so it loses it a bit for me. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have just a couple. I know you've probably seen. This is the only thing I've done recently that's somewhat random. Let me see if I can. You see those? Hold on. You see those?
Yeah, I think I've seen those ones. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they're like, you know, that's like the only way and you can only do a couple figures,
Yeah, but that's
So,
all you need, though. That's
Yeah.
all you need.
And so no, go ahead.
Because sometimes too much is too much. You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And little is enough. You know.
Yeah.
But as long as you can tell a story, or it's very appealing to the eye, then it's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
This
the
is
different
the only
colors,
thing
you have looked at different colors. I mean, it makes everything pop. You know what I mean? That's what I love
that's the
about it.
most random thing
Yeah.
that still has a semblance of whatever, not random, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, I just some things don't have its play. You can see I built this frame, right?
Yep.
And this frame and want to do I want to do a light bar, right?
Across the top, yeah.
These are 2x4s, right? And so I found a
Yep.
light bar that's thinner, so I can put a light bar across there, and then because these are going to get some trim on top of them.
Oh, yep.
So
So
I
you
want
can
to
put
do
the lights behind that.
Yeah, so I can do the lights on the wall and then be able to trim out the lights and it all looks the same. But at first this was going to be for all my sword collection, and then it was going to be some of my rifles, and then I thought, well, I want to, if it's rifles, I want to put doors on it with a cage, and all of this, and then I don't know what's happened after that, right? And it's been like this for months. And my daughter's pink fucking cowboy hat is up there. And that's it. You know what I mean? That has no, and it's a beautiful space, but I just can't I can't
work out what you want to do with it.
Yeah, and then part of me, I'm always looking at it and I go, wow, you know how many shelves you could put there with figures?
Yeah.
But then I go, I'd like to put something more, I have a pretty cool antique rifle collection that would look fucking amazing up there, or just something more, I don't want to say tangible, but whatever. Not every inch of the fucking house needs to be figures,
No.
And my wife is super cool because I buy her stuff. She likes different things, not toy stuff, but I buy her stuff. And I go, hey, we can hang this up, because I want to say, hey, you can hang anything you want up.
Yeah, exactly.
But if she waits too long, and she doesn't.
There's going to be nothing left.
Yep. I go, oh, yeah, there's not going to be nothing left. So, but yeah, I need more. I've got a bunch of stuff I'm going to, people are going to get boxes of surprise shit, or it's just because I threw away a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
But then there's other stuff where I'm like, well, I guess I could go sell this. But then I think, oh, so-and-so would really appreciate that.
Yes.
And so, being a community, why wouldn't I let someone else enjoy it instead of taking it down to the fucking.
Yeah.
Because, if you take it to the vintage toy store, well, then what? Then I'm trading it out for more shit.
Exactly.
I don't need that.
Exactly.
So, I don't know. I'm on a whole revamping thing,
You watch. You'll wake up at 2:00 one morning and you'll go, I know what to do with that spot.
I've been waiting for that for a year. I've been, I don't know. I have you seen those, I think it's McFarlane, but the Princess Bride figures? Have you seen
I think I've heard of them, but I can't remember off the top.
You know that movie?
Yeah, the Princess Bride, yeah.
Yeah, with Andre the Giant and all those guys.
Yeah.
So I like that. I really like that movie. I liked it as a kid. I thought it was a cool movie, right? And Andre the Giant, that's a cool shit. And they made the figures. And I was gonna buy them for a long time, but they were expensive, right? Andre's $56, and they were pretty expensive. And so I just never got them. But I saw them different places, picked them up, I said, man, you know, I'd be like, $40, like, you know. Well, I found them on sale somewhere, and you know, 2 of them were like $16, and the other one was like 20. And I said, well, I can handle that. That's reasonable. So I bought them, and they're still in the box, and I just have them up on this shelf, they're just up there. And, I like them, and I want to keep them, but they're not doing anything, right? And I finally the other day, I was thinking about, because I only have Andre and the Man in Black and the Spaniard, right? Which is really all I really want. And I'm the other day, like just what it might have been at night, laying in the bed, I have no idea. But I'm thinking about those figures and what I can do with them. And like a stroke of lightning, I realize, I say, why don't I get a board and do some spray foam, turn it into some rocks, and like, do you remember the scene where they're climbing up those rocks, and they cut the rope on the guy following them? It's you remember that scene?
Oh, vaguely. I haven't seen the movie in ages, but yeah.
I'm sure people in the chat might know what I'm talking about. But anyway, there's a scene, and Andre and the Spaniard, they're at the top of the rocks, and they're watching the man. They've cut the rope, and the Man in Black is climbing the rocks. And there's one part where the other guy leaves with the princess, so it's just those 2 guys. And I realized, because I got real tall ceilings and shit, right? And I said, holy shit.
You're gonna make the rock ledge and that?
Make the ledge, make some rocks, and then put them up there, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Darth Wizzy Wiz remembers. Yeah, great scene. So I finally, the other day, I realized that's what I'm going to do with them, you know? And I got I got these windows, and I got like 10-foot ceilings. Yeah. So like this little area above the window is like
perfect.
a perfect. Yeah, and it's out of the way. It's not like down here, you know, where you're going to bump into it and shit.
Yeah.
And I finally figured out. I said, you know, because I really like everything about those figures and everything about the whole fucking thing, and I want them. But you get on, you know, but I'm down. I was like down on my own self, going, well, you know, like you can't just be one of these box collectors, which is fine if you are. I'm just saying I can't be, right? Not with everything, right? Like I got the 4 NECA Golden Girls, right? And like I'm not gonna do a diorama of the Lanai where they all went and set. So I got them in the, you know, like I got them in the box, so that's fine. But yeah, with those figures, I was like, man, those are so cool. They deserve to be doing something, you know?
Yeah.
And I finally figured out to do that. So
well, a good thing about putting it above your window too is it's going to give you the illusion of actually looking up to them, so they on a cliff themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't be too cool, like
right
here
down there. No. You could totally do that one.
I think that's gonna be a banger.
Yeah.
And I just came up with that not long ago, and like I immediately watched like some guy who has the big train set, you know?
Yes.
And because like if you type in on YouTube like how do I make realistic looking rocks from foam, and like every fucking dude with a train is there to show you, you know? And so like I watch, you know, because I want to make sure it's feasible or whatever. Because like I don't want to go to Lowe's and like, because you can go to Lowe's and buy like the fake fucking rocks and glue them on the wall, but fuck that, you know. And
you know what you should do?
What's that?
You should. What I did with my snow speeder diorama, I put the fake snow on, but I went out the back and I got some real rocks and I stuck them in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So depending on how far you want to go, but you can use like real rocks and just put it all together as well. That would look
that would be
cool. And then, you know, here I'll show you. Yes. I've got to fix it up though, because unfortunately I
do that. Fix it up. I'm gonna grab a cup of water. So fix it up.
No, I've got to because it's come up. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Can you see it there?
Oh yeah. Here, let me put you on full screen so me and everyone. Oh yeah.
See the rocks?
Uh-huh.
And I just planted them in there on the base. Yeah, the thing came off. I got to glue it off, and the back part came off. I got to glue them up. That's what happens when you drop it.
Yeah. Is that like fake snow from a can?
No, that's I bought it off eBay. It's for the models, like for the train sets and stuff.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I just put some modeling clay down, put the rocks in, and then put the fake snow over the top to give the illusion of that.
That's awesome.
But yeah, unfortunately, this has been dropped a few times, and you don't want to drop your 3D prints, unfortunately. But yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But yeah, see this from the Rise of Skywalker. This I picked this up for like $20 as well. I think $25 as well. But yeah, no, it's definitely an option for you. If you wanted to use like real rocks and stuff like that.
Yeah, that looks awesome. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I did the. Oh, here, let me fix this. Exit. That is my, and I don't know how permanent. Like I said, this is going to be forever. But this is just like the rollout fabric-y snow.
Yeah.
Which my paranoid self immediately was thinking, like, should I be breathing that? What is that fucking made out of?
Give me 1 sec. I'll see if I can find the snow. I think I've got it in the back room. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Do your thing. Let me know when you're back. Let's show off our cool multitude of Santas. This is the one that started it all right here, really. The Great Northern Santa with his felling axe and his flannel shirt. The Alaskan Santa on his trusty steed. Pretty cool. And I got these little things from like Hobby Lobby. They're just kind of placeholders. That thing could definitely the snowy owl and I could definitely leave anytime to make more room. And I thought this guy looked cool with the Mythic Legion sword. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. The Battle of Crate Speeder, whatever the fuck that thing is called. I just ordered a shield, a Mythic Legion shield. I can't remember what the guy's name, but he has a shield that's got a big reindeer on it. It's gold, and it's like a kind of like a burnt bronze gold, like this guy's buckle, and I thought that would look super sick in his hand. And then we might find him like a cool gold weapon, like a sword. I don't know. Because if he's gonna battle Krampus, which I'm not gonna buy a Krampus, but what up, peeps? Dylan! Do you have good internet, Dylan? I'll drop the link in the chat. You can come bullshit with us if you want to, my friend. And anybody, I don't know, there's 9 of y'all in here. I'm surprised Rick didn't come on. Or Darth Wizzy Wiz. Great scene. Yeah, I think that's gonna look. It's really the only thing to do. I wouldn't mind getting the Vicini. I can't remember that actor's name, but the bald guy. I wouldn't mind getting it. But if I get that one to go on that display, then you have to get the princess in the red dress. Because then it's accurate. But there is a part of that film which I will call it a film because it was good. That I will call a film. There's a scene, where Vicini takes off with the princess, and Andre, is talking to just the Spaniard, and he says, people in masks cannot be trusted, So I can do what I want to do with just those 3 figures. I don't need the other ones, But yeah, you want Dylan? You want the link? Let me know. I'll put it in the chat. You just click it. It takes you to the thing. It says allow your mic and camera to work, and then you can be on screen with the Lak Attack and Zombie Hunter, who's I guess is over here. I was just told he's plainly here on my screen. You can get me the princess. Haha. Funny. Yeah, I would only get the one in the red dress if I found Vicini. When when it all goes wrong, you go back to the beginning. The only Star Wars toys I have is the animatronic Baby Yoda. You tap his head and talks and sleeps.
I'm back, but I couldn't find it.
He's back.
But I couldn't find it, though.
Oh, that's all right.
But I found out a whole heap of other stuff like grass and stuff like that. But, yeah, I just got off eBay because I was thinking, because you heard about the fake snow you can make with carbon, the baking soda kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, sodium bicarbonate?
Yeah, that's it. But then I heard after a while it goes yellow.
Yeah, I heard that too.
So I did want to go that. So I paid like $20 for a big container of it. Well, big. It was like, yeah, it's decent size anyway. But yeah, so. But yeah, that's what I just use. Something like that would be good. You can put that on. You can make a rock wall, and then just put the fake snow on top, and then bit as on the top of the rocks and stuff.
Yeah.
Coming down.
Yeah, if I change, the only thing I don't like about this display is it's really close to a bunch of Star Wars stuff, and it
doesn't fit.
Well, they're far enough apart, but I keep thinking because like the house is limited to where you can put a shelf, right?
Stuff, yeah, exactly.
But I keep thinking, why is this not? Even if it's because I have a bunch of 3 3/4 inch figures too, and I think, well, why is this not Star Wars? And so one day that might get changed
to somewhere else.
Yeah, this might go somewhere else, or the Star Wars stuff up there. Like I have a shelf way up high because I had nowhere. There was just nowhere, and it's like up out of the way, and it's not really done justice. It's not, you know what I mean? And like I got the Gentle Giant busts, and I got like some 90s Micro Machine in the box, and so there's different, it's starting to be like, that's where, we're going to put it there. And then, that's not as cool as it could be. It's not as cool as it could be.
Yes.
And then that's what irks me about it. Cause I look at like those, the simple things I did with the boards and the comics, and I go, it's clean, it's crisp, fucking looks nice. The painted things I did, the little shelves, I think, that's crisp, it's clean, it looks nice. And then I start looking at these other shelves that are just like, oh fuck, where am I going to put this? I will put it here.
Exactly.
And you go, oh fuck, that's terrible,
Yeah.
And then I got
they really pop,
Yeah, it pops. And I think there's some other stuff that I like and I enjoy it, but I get deflated because it doesn't pop. There's no.
No, exactly. It's just sitting there.
It's just sitting there, and that fucking pisses me off. Yeah, it's like knickknacks and stuff. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking off.
That goes back to.
Hey, I was just gonna say, Spencer, thank you for joining us a second time after your burger. We appreciate it. I love your idea about the deep fried burger with the bacon grease. All burgers should have bacon grease on them. Don't think I didn't read the comment out loud, but I did read it, and I think that's a great idea.
And, see you, Spen.
Yeah, but thanks for stopping by. Subscribe if you wish. We do all kinds of cool shit here. And all the links that were in the chat, definitely at least go give those channels a watch and see if they thump your magic twanger, you know, because all great, all that's what my dad would say. You find anything that thumps your magic twanger? So
I've never heard that before, but yeah.
you never heard that? Well, my dad
No.
is a unique, old-timey country guy. So yeah, knickknacks. That's the problem. Anyway, take care of yourself, Spencer. We appreciate you being here, my friend, and welcome to the mothership. Yeah, it takes a while to set up a show. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And it goes back to what I was explaining before about how some people have like 50 or 60 figures on a shelf and you can't even see the ones at the back because they're just covered by the front ones.
Yeah.
You know, and it really, you really need, if you're going to display something, you need it really to pop.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and a lot of those, and like I said, I enjoy the way that like Matt Bryant has a great collection that's a lot like that, and like Only One Kenobi. Only One Kenobi has a lot more. He only does 3 3/4 inch, so that's one thing.
Yeah.
But he has a large area, so no one shelf is like really stuffed.
Yes.
But he does do scenes, right? Like he doesn't necessarily have like a background or fake snow.
No.
But you know, he'll have the moisture evaporator and Luke and the droids and you know
you can understand what it's doing.
Yeah, and it makes and then there's the guys that have 50 figures, like you said, and you can't really see them. You know, the thing that makes a lot of those pop is they get the really nice shelves and the lighting.
Yes.
And then now, because if they were just on a shelf like my shit, you'd be like, even I'd be like, what the fuck, man? But man, you get those nice cases and you get the lights and everything now.
And you can get those little stands for the back ones as well.
Yeah. So the guys in the back can stand. Out in the war room, I have a bunch of 3 3/4 inch figures, and I bought the like the spice rack things.
Yep.
You know, and you know, I think like you can just buy black ones, you know. So like and by the time you fill it up, like you can't see what they're standing on, even if it's like a weird, you know, spice racky weird thing, you know. And it looks pretty good out there. But that my last wife did not like. I don't know what the deal. Anyway, you know, obviously she's my ex for a reason. But like, I had to, like, you know, I had to like retreat from my home, my house.
Yep.
And so like, there's a lot of shit going on out there. And but now I don't enjoy that room because I used to go out there because like I had to, you know. And now I don't go out there very much at all. You know, I don't know if that's like a deep whatever psychology fucking thing, but and like there's a bunch of shit out there that like once situations change, like I don't even fucking there's shit out there in like in the middle of being made, and I just fucking walked away from. You know what I mean? Like the old me would have probably burned it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm not like that anymore. But so I just don't really go out there. Every once in a while I'll make a video out there, like when I was doing the Skeleton Crew reviews. Every once in a while, like my kids would be visiting and like, you know, they'd be asleep or something in the house. And so like I didn't want to yell and scream into the camera with them here. So like I'd go out there. So every once in a while you see the war room in a video, but you know, there's like figures that have knocked over, and like I just walk right by. I go fuck it, man. And I just walk out. So, Darth Wizzy Wiz is getting close to getting an area ready for my. Yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
The other thing that a lot of people have that I don't is they collect one thing. Like let's say it's Star Wars, right? And then so it's I'm not going to say it's easier, but in my mind, like it's easier to put them together, right? Whereas like I'm all over the fucking place. I got 95 Nick Furies.
Yeah.
Got the Star Wars, and you know, and I have this amazing sideshow John Wayne that I've never opened.
Yeah.
Because I want to make a place that's like you know,
Strong.
like I
Yeah.
want because
Yeah.
you know it deserves to be. And I have like some John
Centerpiece.
Wayne
Yeah.
movie posters, and you know I have a pretty cool John Wayne collection. A lot of it's in a storage unit.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, like it's just sitting there in the box because I don't want to just fucking regurgitate it on this fucking shelf.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. You want it to be a special place with it looking absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Instead of just there.
Yeah, yeah. If it's just there, then that's not cool.
No.
To me.
Exactly.
To me. You
Yeah.
know. And the easiest thing I found is like I've been going through shit. I've been pulling shit out, you know, and I go, why do I have this? What was I going to do with this?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. In the fucking dumpster it goes. You know, I go,
Yeah.
fuck it, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that's what. And then there's a few things, you know, like this Ronto with the stash spot.
Yep.
Right? Like, it's just cool enough that I think, well, I'm gonna finish that, and you know, whatever worst or best case scenario, I'm gonna think I don't display Jawas, right? And I'm going to find somebody who needs a Ronto. And I'm going to say, hey, take this custom saddled Lak Ronto and put it on your shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's still some things I'm holding on to because it's just like I wouldn't throw that Ronto in the garbage, I guess. You know?
No.
You know what I mean? But like I had a whole bunch of like G.I. Joe classified body parts because I was doing it because like I'm not in it for G.I. Joe. I'm going through and I'm going, oh, I need this for my Nick Fury, and I need this for this other. Like it's all Agent of Shield related or Howling Commando related.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, some cabinets. I'm a big shelf guy. Me and somebody was discussing that the other day. I don't know what it is, but I like shelves. You know,
Yeah.
I like a fucking shelf more than cabinets. Yeah, and I don't know why.
See, I think if you got a really nice cabinet, it might be all right. So.
Yeah, I had a out in the war room. I have like a it's like a bookcase, and yeah, it looks cool with 3 3/4 inch figures. But yeah, I don't know. I'm into shelves. And like I even have a place over here where like, you know, I've put multiple shelves. So it's like a cabinet, you know, because there's like multiple shelves on top of one another. But I do tend to build. I only have like those little short where I had the 2 figures with the painted background. Like those are store-bought floating shelves. But like they're 4 inches and then that beam it's on is like, you know, 3.98 inches. So it was just like, fucking brilliant. So I bought them and painted. But I do like to build, and like that frame I put over there, you know, like, and if it turns into shelves, then maybe that frame will come down. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, that John Wayne, and then like I have a nice cabinet, like an acrylic tiered case with all the Cowboys of Moo Mesa, you know. And I've been debating whether or not they can, like, does it have to be a John Wayne display or can it be kind of like a Western, like, can those go on it? Can they go near it? Or do they have to be their own somewhere else, you know? Dylan likes shelves and building shelves. Yeah, I like shelves, man. I don't know why. I like bookcases, but I like the fucking wall to wall ones, you know, like the freestanding ones are, you know, it's kind of like, it's like having a wardrobe and then having a closet, right? The wardrobe takes up so much fucking room. And then that's why, you know, modern houses have closets. So you don't have this fucking refrigerator size.
Bit of furniture sitting in your bedroom.
Yeah, you got to have somewhere to put all that crap. Yeah, Dylan's been to my house. It's not not messy, but like, man, there's kind of like shit everywhere. And then my kids are young and, you know, like they come and visit and everything just all their toys come out and all the shit, you know, and then like I try to once a day or once every 2 days, like I say, okay, we're gonna pick up all our stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm a big like, you know, their shit's in a toy box. I go, put all your toys in the box, put all your stuffed animals on the bed, you know. And it's like, okay, cool, we have some semblance of order, you know. Let's go through these. Cabinets. Yeah, I don't know what to do. The main thing to do right now is to fucking vacate a bunch of shit. I think that's like job number one.
Mm-hmm.
Protects from dust on the hot toys. Oh yeah, what are those? What are those glass lighted cases that everybody has?
Oh,
You know,
the decaf or from
oh
IKEA.
yeah,
Decaf
yeah.
or something they're called like that. Yeah.
Are they detox?
Detox, that's it.
Detox,
Yeah.
yeah.
But then
And,
I think IKEA's discontinued them.
oh, have they?
Yeah. I don't know why. They've sold bloody heaps of them. But yeah.
There is shit everywhere. I know. There's shit everywhere.
As most collectors are.
But remember, my shit is stuff and your stuff is shit. That's how everybody thinks about it. Right? My shit is stuff, but your stuff is shit. Yeah, the first thing to do is to just fucking I've been threatening to like rent one of those 40-yard construction dumpsters.
Yeah.
And just fucking go to town. And just like not even because like I've done that a few times. I mean, like, you know, I've been places and like shit's gone south or whatever. And like my dad, I learned this from my dad. And like I always remember growing up, he'd just be like, fucking burn it all and walk away. And like, that's not something you fucking tell a fucking 6-year-old kid. You know? Because many fucking times, and then like all the John Wayne movies, what does he fucking do? You know? Like, what was that fucking, the man who shot Liberty Valance? He was building this house for this woman.
Mm.
But Jimmy Stewart came in and kind of stole her. And then he just fucking goes in there and he just fucking burns it. And so like, so anyway, Lak has done that a few times in his life. He's just fucking fucking poured gas on it and fucking walked away and to never return. But, you know, I have kids and shit like that. And I don't, yeah, you know, it's just, I guess that's not what you're supposed to do, regardless of John Wayne. But like when I, you know, being Ray, that's what I thought you did. Like you just fucking just torch it and ride off into the fucking sunset and go do something else. So adulting is fucking hard.
Oh yeah.
Adulting is hard, zombie.
I know.
Oh, shit. Because that's what I used to do. I used to fucking burn it all down and then fucking go to the woods for whatever, a year, 2 years, not fucking see a person. You know, decide, well, you know, I sure would like to see a naked woman, so maybe I should go to town. So, you know what I mean? Like I sure would like to, you know, get a fucking 8-ball and a fucking case of whiskey and see a naked woman. Maybe I should go back to town. You know, and then you get fucking trapped. You know.
Oh yeah.
Then in a
few
years,
trap ya.
Man, holy fuck, ain't that the fucking truth? But yeah, there's some insight into Lak's fucking bullshit. Yeah. But yeah, it's a wild fucking world.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you'll make that sheath. You're talking about this one? I have so many fucking. I mean, I could make them myself. I just need to. First of all, I don't have fucking room to make it. That's the fucking thing now. I used to do a lot of engraving, and I had it right here on my kitchen table. And then, you know, when I started seeing my now wife, you know, I got to look a couple times, and you know, like that's not really something you should be doing at the table. And there's like metal shavings, you know, you're like walking through, it's like a fucking machine shop in here, and there's
we all know that look, Lak.
Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, when I was single, man, like I had a whole wood shop in here. I just like fucking turn on the fucking
and you know the funny thing, Rabin was if if your mates come around, they would have gone, yeah, man, that's friggin' cool, man.
Oh yeah, I was.
You know. But as soon as a woman comes around, oh man, nope.
Yeah, yeah. You need to take the grinders and the drill press out of the house.
Into the shed.
Into the shed it goes. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But that's like my ex. She never used to let me have the pinball machines in the lounge.
Mm-hmm.
And since we separated, they're in the lounge.
Pinballs in the lounge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But
Now that's nice.
Well, the arcade machines anyway. But yeah.
Well, where else would you? I mean, the lounge or the den seems like the completely appropriate place to put the fucking.
Well, exactly. As men, we think like that. But to a woman, it's like, no, it's a lounge. You know, no, you can't have that there. Oh, hell no.
There.
You know?
No, my wife is much cooler than, well, she's definitely much cooler than any wife or girlfriend I've had before.
Yep.
So, but I know, like, I know that shit bothers her and she won't say anything, but like, I know. And then I know it does. And then I feel bad because I don't want that for her,
No. Well, that's the difference between having a wife and then having someone that's clashing with you all the time. You know? Because when you have someone that's clashing with you all the time, you go, no, fuck it, I'm not going to do it now. You know what I mean? But if it's someone you really love and respect, and that, if it bothers them, then you'll say, right, well, I better do something about it. You know? Oh, they're pretty cool.
This is a gift from Dylan.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. The only thing I've done to it, Dylan, is see this. I made a flat spot right here on the top for your thumb because this was completely round. But you probably can't really see it, but there is a flat.
Yeah, we can see it.
You see that? Yeah, I just made a flat spot right there, so it had a little more purchase in the handshake grip as opposed to the hammer grip. Because it's a much lighter knife than you would think. So it has a liveliness to it. As where this one is like a fucking hatchet. The one up there.
As Brett would say, that's not a knife.
That's not a knife. I don't know. You might be hard pressed to fucking say that to me because I got some fucking. I don't know. You might be hard pressed to impress me with a. I bought this when I was probably 8. I bought this when I was like 8. And I bought it at like some gun show in Alaska. And my dad says, what the fuck are you going to do with that? Just like totally, right? He said, what the fuck are you going to do with that? And I said, well, I don't know. I said, but all the mountain men, because like I was, ever since I was a little kid, right? They say, hey, little Johnny, what do you want to be when you grow up? Oh, I want to be an astronaut. And then Susie wants to be a doctor. And then they go, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I say, I want to live in the fucking woods and be like Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, And so like that's all I ever wanted to do. So when I was 8, I bought this, and my dad says, "What the fuck are you gonna do with that?" And I said, I said, well, all the mountain men have a Bowie knife, I said you can cut down a tree with it, like a hatchet or whatever. And my dad says, you can't fucking cut down no fucking tree with that. I'm like 8, and boy, it made me fucking mad. I was so mad. Well, so like the next day, it was wintertime, I remember, but like whatever. So the next day, my dad's gone, and I go out in the front of the place, and we had these cottonwood trees, they're kind of soft, but they were big around, I mean, they were whatever, 12 inches or bigger. And I fucking cut down all day. I cut down a shit ton of them. And a bunch of them had like dropped across the driveway.
Yeah.
So when he comes home, there's just this fucking
trees
forest.
Everywhere.
Yeah. And he got mad, and I remember that he got mad. And then, he said, what the fuck are you doing? And I said, you said I couldn't cut a fucking tree down with this. And like he would, like I was about to get my fucking ass whooped. And I told him that, and I seen him fucking smile, and he was like proud of his son, you know? And he was like, all right, well, let me go get my chainsaw and we'll get these out of the yard, huh? You know, and then he said, you need to learn to drop them where you want to drop them, you know, don't just fucking drop them across the driveway.
Yeah.
But that was like, I seen the moment and I was ready. I was like, oh, I'm about to get my ass whooped. But then I saw him, he got proud. And
Yeah.
you know, because he told me that and I got so mad and I went out there, I cut fucking trees all like 12 hours. And I'm like this little 8-year-old kid out there in fucking like waist deep snow, and I'm just fucking chopping these fucking trees down all day. But yeah, I carried that fucking knife everywhere for years. For years. But yeah. But I was happy that he was obviously proud of me, and I saved myself from an ass whooping too.
Yeah.
As he pulled up, he had like this fucking, I can't remember what it was. It was like a GMC. What they call those? Not a S10, S15, I guess, because it's a GMC one. And he pulls up and fucking he gets out, and I'm like, oh shit, because I couldn't do anything with him, you know, once I dropped him.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I could have cut him up and moved him, but I just went to the next tree and fucking just fall right across the fucking driveway, and I cut that. I probably cut down, I don't even know. I cut down a lot of trees, but he came out there with his chainsaw and fucking just cut them up and we moved them. Oh, it was awesome. Customized. Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool knife. This knife, Dylan, is it's much more of like a fighting knife because of the weight. It's I mean, you could chop with it, but it's very little weight in it. And so it's much more of a a hand-shaped grip fighting knife, you know, which obviously the cross guard probably should include me into that, but it was surprisingly light. But I do like that knife. I got to change the angle on the guy that makes these knives. He does great stuff, but he grinds the edge is like a double angle, you know, and I hate that. I want one angle, you know, which I've done that to this one. It's taken years. You can kind of see right here where it's starting to dip in. But yeah, this is years of sharpening. But it is one continuous angle from this part all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Whereas most knives today, they have this part, but then they have a double angle because nobody really takes the time to fucking, you know, I don't know, it's like they get lazy. And
it could be just it's like a lot of the old skills are going now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it definitely, if you're making them to produce, like it does take a lot of extra time, and who knows, you know, what that is, the cost equivalent is of that, right? But just single grind and edge, I don't think is that big of a deal. But yeah, I try to get all my knives like that because they're much easier to sharpen and they stay sharper longer. The Japanese katana, you know, everybody talks about how great they cut and everything, and one of the reasons why they cut so good is they are all single from the spine of the blade all the way to the edge. It is that angle is the whole thing.
Yep.
And so it makes for an acute edge and easy to sharpen, and that's why most of them, you know, they're easy to maintain like that. But it makes it a much better cutting implement than the fucking double edge. It's fucking ridiculous. I hate that. But, you know, only people who go out when they're 8 years old and chop down trees with a Bowie knife would probably, you know, learn shit like that. So I might be one of the few people that are, you know, have a fucking cow about that kind of shit. Yeah, flat grind. Is that what it's technically called? Continuous angle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I like. That fucker needs to be like a straight razor, you know, a straight razor, like, which is why it's so fucking sharp.
Mm-hmm.
I used that straight razor the other day, Dylan, the one you gave me. I used it for the first time the other day. We had like I had to turn some water off and drain it because of the weather. I didn't want because it got like 28 degrees and none of the fucking pipes in Florida are like insulated and they're like on the exterior of the house and I saw all this shit. So I drained a bunch of shit and I left one cold water flowing. And then, but like the hot water in was like exposed and all this kind of shit. So I just turned all that off when it got really cold. And then immediately I realized, oh man, I got to shave. My neck is killing me, right? So, and like I think I was telling Darth Wizzy Wiz, because he's like, what are you doing? And I said, well, we got it village style over here. I said, I'm boiling water on the stove and I'm out of Barbasol. So I'm using fucking bar soap, you know? And I'm about to straight razor my fucking neck here because I'm getting the fucking itchies, you know? My wife didn't appreciate it, but she was she was a trooper. She was a trooper. And then like she'd forgotten that there was no hot water. She said, "Oh, I gotta wash my hair or whatever." And I said, "Well, I'll boil some water on the stove." she's like, "What?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, I said I just took a bath, like in a number 10 wash tub, like the old days. But, I was raised like that. We didn't have nothing like, we didn't have indoor plumbing or, we shit in an outhouse and, and had fucking candles and lamp oil fucking lamps and shit. So
Yeah,
I don't mind shit like that at all. But my wife was a trooper, though. My wife was a trooper about it.
Mm-hmm.
She's a keeper. If you're watching, I love you, honey. She's at work till hopefully about now. Her schedule change, because it's like a bar and all that kind of stuff, right? So she, whatever, like on the weekend nights or whatever, it might be midnight, but during the weekday it might be 10.
Yep.
So you got to get all the drugs and the whores out early. No, she's a good sport. She's a good sport. But yeah, we're down to 6 now. Apparently my knife story turned everybody off, but that's okay.
As soon as you talk about hunting or knife story, they drop a bit.
Man, they're like, I thought this was a toy channel, and I said, fooled you. Fooled you, motherfuckers. This is a Lak channel. But yeah, we're just if there's anybody that wants to hop on with us, by all means. By all means. Yeah, I love the helmets with the fucking figures is awesome. I love that. I think that's so cool, Zombie.
Yeah. It's just trying to get the figures. That's the biggest thing sometimes.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because where you live, huh? Is that what makes it hard?
Oh, it's just it's just that some like I'm saying, right now, you know Darth Vader at the end of Kenobi where he's got the damaged helmet, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that figure it's called Duel's End, and it's a very hard figure. See, there's the helmet there I made, right?
Oh yeah.
To get the figure, it's about $160 here in Australia.
Holy shit!
Yeah, that's second hand. So to get that one, it's going to cost me like that. Yeah, exactly. Wow. I think which was the last one? Oh, this is the last one I got. This one here. That's the last figure I got.
Oh, neat.
For the Shock Trooper one. That's cool. Even Captain Rex was like $95.
Holy shit!
He was. The Night Trooper wasn't too bad. I got a 2-pack for them for $90, but that's not too bad. But there was 2. There was him and Captain Enoch.
Oh yeah, Enoch. Yeah, that's a cool
one. That's another helmet I want to do as well. But that bad boy there is very hard to get here in Australia.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and it's like trying to match the the figures up. See, even the wolf figure, I was lucky. I got him for $40, but I've seen a lot of other ones going for like $80 or $90. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of picking up the figures when I can. You know what I mean?
Yeah, collecting it in Australia, that's a hard road to toe, huh?
Yeah, it is. And as I said, because we don't get a lot of figures, and if they do a limited run or something, then yeah, the prices for secondhand go right up.
Wow.
There's the incinerator trooper there, which is pretty cool because he's got the little cannon there, or the mortar. But yeah, but this is one of me prize one. The
oh yeah,
Don Post. That's Don Post, that one.
Oh, that's awesome.
Because the guy I brought it off, he went to the States about 10 years ago, and he picked it up over there. So, but I'm still to get an AT-AT driver helmet. And of course, the cat plays with bloody figures. Get out of that. Get out of that. Get out of that. Get out of that. Bloody cats, I tell you. It's my son's cat. But he's not from my. But yeah, no. It's
yeah, those look awesome. The figure totally and that also that you paint, you paint or make them.
Yeah. Well,
and I just want to address Dylan real quick. He says he has no toy content to offer, and I just want to point out we've been on for almost 4 hours, and we've probably talked about toys in a cumulative of maybe 30 minutes. I don't think we've touched. That's so. Don't feel you can whatever. Come on and fucking talk about whatever you want to talk about. So don't. We are not here for the masses. We are here for ourselves. Which is why there's only 7 people watching. So.
But yeah, no. Trying to get the figures are very hard sometimes.
Yeah.
And even the helmets. Here, like the Disney C-3PO head. Out of stock.
Oh really? I remember you saying that before on somebody's live.
Yeah, I was probably Cats or maybe Brett's or something.
Yeah, I think it was probably Cats. And then you made one, right?
What was that? You broke up.
Oh, I said you made one, didn't you?
No. I made one for a guy I sold one to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
It was like the bust.
You made one.
Yeah, it was the bust I made for a guy in Adelaide because he got Anthony Daniels to sign it.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah.
That's super neat. Yeah, right on. Yeah, but, I always, when Keep On Collecting has a video, he always mentions how hard it is to get stuff. And look, if I ever make a trip to Australia, I will fill an entire suitcase full of fucking figures for you. Okay? That's probably the cheapest. Probably the cheapest way to get them there anyway, even with shit.
I tell you one thing: if you ever come to Australia and you don't see me, I'm going to be very pissed. All right?
Oh well, don't worry. If I make it to Australia, you are definitely top on the list. Don't worry about that. But I will fill up because I'm sure if I'm going to come to Australia, I might as well fill a whole suitcase up with figures because it's. It's probably the cheapest way to.
Oh man, you could probably fill up a couple of cases, bring them over, and sell them here, and then they'll pay for your airfares.
Yeah, well, I've definitely thought of that when I've heard Keep On Collecting has said a few things, and I thought, and also PGM over in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And I thought, gosh, we could just be like toy importers to Down Under,
Yeah.
So Dylan. Click on this link.
Yeah, jump in, man.
Yeah, and it should take you to StreamYard. And I think it'll ask you to allow your mic and camera access.
Yes.
And then I think it'll make you type in a name, like mine says Lak Chat, which I don't know.
Mine says Zombie.
Yeah, I don't even know if you have to do that. But
no, I don't think you do.
Hey, if me and Zombie and Brett can do it, anybody can do it.
Yeah. Oh, if I could do it, anyone can.
Yeah, fuck, man. It ain't difficult. Just plug and play, baby. No big deal.
Yeah. But
What?
yeah, no, definitely trying to match the figures to the helmets is probably the biggest challenge I've got.
The helmets are cool. You know who? What's that? Paul's Collectibles.
Paul's, yeah, Paul.
Yeah, he has a really
Not,
awesome.
yeah.
And they would be cooler if he had the figure, which I don't know if he does.
No,
yeah.
he doesn't. He collects some of the figures,
Uh-huh.
but he's not really big into the figures, if you know what I mean. He's more of a helmet guy like me.
Yeah. Well, his helmets they look cool, and a lot of it is because they're in those individual case things.
Yes.
And they're lighted. Like, yeah, the
Yes.
lighting and the glass makes. I mean, you could put a fucking turd in those cases, you know, and you'd be like, wow, that's one good looking turd, you know. And then the volume, right? You know, like maybe one helmet like that isn't, you know, and that's my fear of like if they ever come out with a fucking snow trooper or something that I really feel like I need, you know. Then,
well, the thing is, once you start with one, because I made, I don't know if you've seen in my collection before, the you know, the Tuscan Raider helmet.
Mm-hmm.
I made that one. That was the very first helmet I made.
Oh yeah.
And that was the one that started everything, you know.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't big into helmets.
Mm-hmm.
And then I made one, and then boom, I was away. You know,
right.
I was down the rabbit hole, so to speak.
Yeah.
So to speak,
Well,
you know.
that's definitely my fear on the helmet, and like, just seeing one, and you think, wow, that fucker looks real lonely up there. You know, that would be kind of like, I would think that I'm not.
Well, the thing is, also too, I've seen a lot of people get the motorbike helmet stands and stick them on the walls as well. They're pretty cool.
Yeah, I've seen those. Dylan, are you there?
Hey, Dylan.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm outside.
I was going to say I can't see you, but I just saw your cigarette.
You see my?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on the balcony.
I figured you probably were out there smoking.
How do you turn off the camera?
Just touch the screen, and you'll see a little menu pop up down the bottom, and then it'll have mic, camera, and you just press it.
Mm-hmm.
Camera. Okay, so like now I have nothing there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not. I'm
sure like moving around. You know, like I'm not sitting still over here. So
yeah, that's cool.
Camera.
Yeah.
And
I'm not sure how you make a cool little avatar, because if I turn mine off, see, I have the same problem you have. I don't know how to.
No. When you go into StreamYard the first time, it'll give you the option of doing an avatar, and then you just pick out. Yeah, you just pick out a picture, and then it automatically puts it in there. See, I picked up. See, that's Mr. B's.
Yeah.
So I can't do it now, like live.
Hold on. You have to back out and then go back in, I think.
Yeah, I think you'd have to back out and go back in.
All right, because I'd put a picture or something. Well, I don't know. I'll turn the camera on when I'm.
It's all right.
Back in. It's cool. No
it's
drama.
just good. It's just.
Can you flip the camera around so that I can show shit? Because I do have some. I mean, I do have like a few toys, you know, collection.
You know that little menu down the bottom?
Yeah, I see it.
Right. See where it says more?
Yeah.
Click on that.
Okay.
Go into settings.
Settings.
Yep, and then you'll see the camera. It says back camera, front camera.
I see it. Yes, camera 2, 1 facing front.
Yep, and then it should face front now.
I just learned something new. I didn't know that either.
Camera 2 facing back. Camera 2 facing back. I don't know. I got multiple options. Mm-hmm. Whatever. I'll figure it.
I didn't know that either. Good on you, zombie. Because I'm always doing this. I'm like, oh, do you see this? Do you see that? Uh-oh, he just left on accident.
I think he's gone to maybe Avatar.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sure he can.
No,
all he's got to do is hit the StreamYard again.
Yeah, I worked that out a little while ago.
Son of a bitch! I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah.
All right, we're back.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, I lost you for a second. I pushed
Oh,
back because I was getting out of the menu, but it took me back to YouTube.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
there's instead of hitting back, there's an X on the top right hand side of that menu.
Yeah.
Because I
Okay.
almost just
Yeah.
did the same thing. Because I went
Or
as he was saying where to go. And then I went,
if
oh
you
fuck.
don't hit the X, you could just hit tap on the left or the right of the screen, and it takes that menu away.
Oh.
You
Well,
see?
Zombie knows what's going on. What the fuck?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not so
that's
social
pretty bad
media
then.
savvy. I'm not that big into that, but I'll learn it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Come
it
on
took me a little while
anytime.
to work it out.
So yeah. Anyway, that knife that you were showing, from Fattest Blades, he's got another what is it, Instagram account. I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, but like he will make you anything you want.
Mm.
If you had told me before I ordered it, because I ordered what you said you wanted,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
had told me like I want this on a Scandi grind, that you would have made it that way.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, I didn't know that.
anything you want. I've had custom knives. I actually ordered some knives a while ago, and he shipped them recently, and I'm waiting for them. But yeah, I've ordered custom knives. Yeah, he'll do custom engraving. He'll do any shape you want. You can send him templates, like whatever.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't even think about that. And it's totally fine because it gives me something to do. I just, when nothing's going on, I just get out here with my fucking 10-inch bastard file and I just go to town on it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
get a belt sander.
Yeah, I have been contemplating.
That's a D2 steel, so I
Is
think you
it?
can. I'm pretty sure because he always asks me. He's like, "Oh, do you want what's pictured, or you want D2 steel?" And I'm like, "Give me the
Yeah.
best." And he's like, "I'll make it in D2 steel." So
Yeah, that shit is definitely fucking hard. Yeah.
I'll show you the the ones that I ordered when they arrive. I'll show you those. Those are awesome.
Yeah. That last one, not the one that you bought from somewhere else, but the one that you brought hunting that he made. That I like that shit out of that one too. It's almost like a butcher knife kind of a look.
Oh yeah, with like the big, like the bowed out
Mm-hmm.
kind of blade on it. Yeah, that one is great. I love
Yeah,
that. That's like my favorite for like taking camping or whatever.
yeah, that's a good one.
And
Yeah,
then the one that I brought last time, that machete looking thing, that was like I don't remember. It was I saw a review on it, and it was brand new from the brand, and it was like $45. Now it's like 50 something dollars on Amazon. That's on a flat grind.
is it?
It's great.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
I
mean, we
like
used it a little bit while we were out there.
that. Mm-hmm. That's why when we went, I brought this one because this is good and heavy. This will chop down some shit.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah,
this.
like you said, the other one is a little light for any kind of bushcraft or anything, but it's great for slicing somebody, you know,
Yeah, yeah. The next time I get in a knife fight,
self-defense weapon. Yeah,
mhm.
you can bring that or that straight razor. Keep that in your boot just in case
Yeah,
they knock it out of your hand.
that's right. That's right. Yeah, that straight razor, man, it's nice. I hit it on a strop just a little bit, and it's awesome. If you look at it too hard, it'll cut your eyeball.
Yeah, it did that to me. Blinded me for a couple days.
Did it? Yeah, that fucker
Yeah.
is sharp. I
And
like the shit
I
out of it.
was looking at it through the case because I didn't even open it.
You didn't even
It's
open
like
it.
through the packaging. It
Uh
cut me through the packaging.
huh. Didn't. This Damascus is a little softer, and
Yeah,
I had a super easy time because this has got the. It's not exactly one angle yet, but it's super close. But this one was a lot easier to do. This was like maybe like
yeah,
two full sessions with the bastard file, and I got it all like I wanted. But this one's got some good heft in it. You can definitely chop some shit up. But
yeah.
it's
That's like probably spring steel and just like regular, mouse steel.
Yeah.
you know, come to make that Damascus pattern. So
Mhm.
it's not. There's some carbon steel in there, but it's like, you know, a mix to make the pattern.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah, it
you
is a lot
feel it.
softer, a
You can
lot
feel
easier
it with
to
the
work
file.
with.
You know, there's a couple places you can feel it. You know, you'll be cutting real good with the file, and then it'll skip just a little bit. You know, because you'll hit
Hitting
some of the
carbon.
harder places. You know.
He's probably using like old leaf springs out of trucks or some shit.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know, because it's like this, he makes it in Pakistan. You know, so who
Yeah,
knows what they're using out there?
I do like these knives. I do like these knives. The only thing is this sheath. They're too. They a lot of them do this. You know, so you need more of a like
Right. I
a
mean, like I said, he'll make anything you want. You say, hey,
yeah.
I want a sheath that does this. I want my knife to look exactly like this. Send
Mhm.
him a template or tell him what you want. He'll make template. Like he's made templates and sent them back to me. And like, is this what you want? You know? He's great. He'll do anything. And then he's got a lot of cool stuff that's just that he makes and sells.
Yeah, I like everything he makes. It all looks really nice. I like the way he files the back. You know, with those
Yeah,
half
that
with the round
custom.
files. Hmm.
Yeah, a little bit of artistry in there.
A dear friend of mine. This was his dad's knife, and he gave me this knife when his dad died. And it was like in a, it was like an Athabascan Indian beer box sheath.
Yeah.
And but I really like this knife, and we were out in the woods, you know, because we went to his dad's cabin after his dad died to just like go through his stuff but so we were out there, and all I could do to make a sheath, and like you know, there's no stitching. This is all half hitched. You can see the half hitching, right? So
Yeah,
this is
you were carrying that when we were out there.
yeah, this is like one of my favorite knives, but
That's a nice knife.
the leather is nice and thick, and it you know it comes up. You know, it could be this part if I had enough leather, because I just had like these pieces, but I would have taken this back piece and made this its own wrap around, and then had the loop down here on the body of the knife, you know. So it'd be but this is not so heavy, so it doesn't tend to do that, you know. But
Yeah.
I made this sheath probably like 10 years ago, and all I had was these couple strips of leather, you know, that I found, and then I had this big ball of fucking twine, you know.
Yeah.
So, but it's you know, it's
It
lasted.
works.
It works great. I've been hunting with it for, you know, 10 years. But yeah, this is one of my favorites. For a small knife, you know, for a small knife.
Mm.
And then this, I need to, if I can find another one of these, Dylan, I'm gonna send it to you. But this is like this knife's been like discontinued for years, and it's got a terrible sheath. But
Yeah, I remember your review on that. That's like the
yeah,
Daniel Boone or whatever, Davy Crockett,
uh, yeah, it's yeah, World War II combat
Kit
Daniel Boone.
Carson, whoever the fuck.
Daniel Boone was a knife maker, and I don't think he's related at all to the Mountain Man.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
thought that was the whole deal, that they were like,
Well, no, the guy Daniel Boone invented this knife for World War II, but I don't.
yeah, but I thought it was like a descendant of the
He
actual.
might. I have to read the thing again. I don't remember. But man, this it's got a nice thick spine.
Yeah, you
And
should ask your dad where you bought that thing if they have any more. I actually looked that up on, you know, just on the internet looking for it. I don't remember what you said you paid for it, but it was like maybe 50% more everywhere I could actually find it.
oh, really? Yeah, I bought this at some weird roadside Indian reservation
Hmm.
store for like $40. you know. And like if it would have been much more, I might not have bought it. But I looked at it and I was like, oh, that's an interesting looking fighting knife. And then I held it and I went, oh shit, son, this is like, it's amazing. But it's got enough meat on it to where, you know, if you wanted to open your tin of fucking beans, you could do that too.
You should take that. Actually, yeah, like I could take that knife profile exactly, send that to Fattest Blades, and he could make you
And just make it,
a
yeah.
better one, you know, out of D2 steel with a custom handle, you know,
Yeah,
and whatever his art that he puts onto the spine, whatever.
I can definitely trace that out on a piece of paper.
You could just take a picture of it with a ruler behind it.
Oh, okay. All
You
right.
know?
I can do that. And then get but the thickness, everything is just, it's fucking unreal. It's
Yeah, all the dimensions.
Yeah.
Get that, and then we can get some custom ones made.
Yeah, this is shit, we could even go into business, man. We could get these made and then fucking resell them or whatever, man. Because if anybody who knows what they're doing picks this up, you know, they're gonna change themselves.
Yeah.
But it does need a much better sheath.
It's gonna be way too hard for me.
I'll make that cheap.
Huh?
Yeah, and it'd be good to have
because it's gonna
the
be
loop.
30 or 40 degrees.
Hold on.
It's on the bench.
I didn't know what salt was until.
We're gonna mute Zombie for a second while he's arguing with his kid. But it would be good if this loop was down more in this section, you know, because it hangs too. When they're too high, they go like that, you know.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Depending on where you put it, you know, like if you want to carry it on your belt or on your suspender or your breakers or whatever.
If it was down, like if it maybe it was the same length or whatever, right? But if it was more in relation to the weight of the knife.
You could just cut that loop right off and then put a slit through the sheath lower that will fit your belt, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, this could probably just be retrofitted with something. But like, and there's like a lot of, you know, see this glue in there?
Glue? What the
see
fuck?
see that glue?
No, that's not cool.
No, it's not cool. But that's the modern problem with almost any knife you get now, even like a buck knife or something that's really nice. They always continuous, unless it's like a what's that one? CRT. You know, there's very few knives you get anymore that have as good a fucking sheath as the knife. You know, whereas you know, years ago it would just be like, you know, a real knife maker would be like, I'm not putting my knife in that piece of shit. Why would I do that?
Yeah, I'll make my own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even just like you know, I'm sure when this guy made this knife in 1943, it had a much better sheath, you know, because he has pride in his work. You know? But yeah, I'll keep look. I haven't looked for one of these in a while, so I'll look for one.
Well, ask your dad where he bought that one.
Well, I bought.
Where you bought? Yeah, I mean, where you bought that one? If they still have them in stock and they're selling them at a discount, you know, like maybe they got like 15 in the back and nobody buys them, and you can buy them for like $20 a piece, and then you can resell them.
Yeah. This thing is badass. I love this thing
because I'm sure they're discontinued.
Yeah, they've been because I did a little research on them. Because I was gonna buy more anyway, just to have more. I don't know why.
Yeah, so go back to the source where you got that one.
Yeah, I can look.
I'll buy the rest of your stock. Give me a deal.
Give me a deal. Yeah, that place doesn't look like it sold a lot of stuff. So
exactly.
When did you buy that?
I bought this last year when I was coming back from working in Alaska. I stopped by where my folks live.
Mm-hmm.
and we like drove through the little local Indian reservation, and they had a store.
Yeah, they might be still there.
Yeah, I think they probably are.
If it was
And they
like
had-
10
they
years
had a lot
ago.
of-
forever.
then-
They had a lot of good stuff in that store, but I just don't know how many people. Like they had Pendleton blankets and just like all the cool shit that you might want, you know. And
Free
they
blankets for natives.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they weren't, contaminated with smallpox,
Of course not.
Yeah, well, I mean, Indians don't take free blankets. I mean,
I wonder why.
The smart ones don't. my 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 brother Henry, he'd always say that. He'd say, "I'm not a Fort Indian. I don't take no government blankets."
Okay.
I'll take your government money, but I won't take your government blanket.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take you. Yeah, exactly. He said, "Yeah, as long as they don't put no anthrax on the check or something,
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, man. He'd tell him. He'd call them Fort Indians. He'd say, "You guys just live by the fort. Take the free blanket."
Fort Indians. Yeah.
Fort Indians, yeah.
And the free food. MREs.
He said he would tell him. He'd say, He said, "You're the kind of Indians you hunt your meat with a EBT
Fork.
card."
An EBT
No, with like
card. That's fucked up.
yeah, you kill your meat with an EBT card.
Yeah. Here you go. Here's some free MREs.
Yeah, exactly.
Come back in a week and we'll do some blood tests.
We'd go out for like a month or more, and then we'd come back and he'd be full of himself. He'd be like, "I'm a hardcore savage," but he'd tell him, he'd say, "You pick your fucking berries at Safeway."
That's sick.
He said, "I get my berries from the woods like our ancestors." He said, "You pick your berries at Safeway."
Better than dingleberries.
Holy
Better than Mark.
He was a man. Henry he's a fucking savage. He's a real fucking savage, though. I'd seen him at a bar, and he always carried a handful of knives, like in each pocket, But he had a nice clean one for eating, and then he kept one. It was like, I can't remember what it was, but it was probably like one of those buck knives. And like every night he'd pull it out, and he'd have a little tinfoil tray with his piss in it. He'd put the blade in the piss.
Yeah.
And like he did that every night. Put his blade, and it was just this rusted, nasty fucking blade. And then you know how mad he'd be at somebody because he'd pull that one out. And then you don't want to get cut with that one, but yeah, he'd soak that.
The contaminated blade.
Holy fuck. But this kid, I mean, he was of age, but like he was a kid to us, He was talking some shit. I wasn't paying too much of attention. I was probably playing pool. And he said something to Henry, and Henry pulls out like 4 knives out of his pockets and slams them on the bar, and he says, "Which one you want your fucking white man heart cut out with, motherfucker?"
Something like a third of the knives he had on him.
Yeah, that fucker turned around and just left, man. Which one you want your fucking white man heart cut out with? I was just laughing. I couldn't. That fucker. I mean, he was serious, but like everything that fucker said made me laugh. He's a goofy fucker, and he'd say secondhand smoke kills. That's why I only smoke the first-hand smoke.
Yeah, me too. Everybody keeps telling me to quit. I quit every fucking night right before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I quit every night. I quit every few minutes in between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, people would tell him that too. He'd say, "Hey, you want a cigarette?" And they'd say, "Oh no, I quit." He said, "No, you didn't quit. You temporarily
just stopped.
Yeah, you temporarily stopped. Nobody ever quits." Yeah, he was a fucking wild man, dude. My brother Henry. Yeah, cool guy, fun guy to be around. I mean, unless you pissed him off. He did like 18 years in fucking prison, and he gets out, and like He's like he's like maybe not full blooded, but he's like a lot. He gets he gets his treaty check every month, like all natives, right?
Yeah.
No, but the native corporation, if you are in prison or whatever, they save your checks. They just put them in a thing, and they go, oh, he's in prison, and so they just put him in the fucking and wait. So when
So
he
you get
got out,
retro pay when you get out.
yeah. So when he
You're
gets,
like
so
$15,000
he's got so much
back pay.
fucking money. He's got more money than anybody's ever seen.
Does that say anything about our system of governance?
Oh, I mean, yeah, it probably says a lot. But so after 18 years, he gets out, and you get a check every month, right? And so fucking this motherfucker has more money than fucking Ted Turner. And he gets out, and he goes down to the river in Fairbanks, and wherever he had went somewhere, whatever. But he bought a pallet of fucking beer, and then he bought a couple cases of whiskey, and he had them delivered to the riverbank in Fairbanks. This is like downtown Fairbanks on the Cleaner River. And it's like where all the city Indians hang out, And so this truck comes, and they fucking put a pallet of fucking beer on the ground and a fucking half a pallet of fucking whiskey. And everybody gangs around, and he tells them, he says, now look, he said, we're going to have a party, and you can drink all the beer you want, but don't touch my fucking whiskey. That's mine, right? So they get down to all the beer, and I can't even remember this guy's name, but he was an asshole, I can't remember his name now. But sure enough, he fucking went over there and got in Henry's whiskey. And fucking Henry, man, he got fucking pissed. He goes over there, and he grabs this fucker, puts him on the fucking ground, and immediately goes to stomping on him, like just full. And he stomps him all up in his pelvis and his lower back. Then he drags this motherfucker over to the river and throws him in the river. And like, I already thought he was dead because he's just like floating in the river.
Nah, he was just thirsty.
Yeah, this fucker is fucked up. And then our buddy Doug, he runs over to Henry. He says, Henry, you don't have no blood on your hands yet. You can't let him drown. I thought the guy was already dead, But Doug's like, Henry, you got to go get him. You got to go get him. There's no blood on your hands yet. And so Henry fucking walks out there in knee-deep Chena River and grabs this guy, pulls him back on the bank, and he's like not breathing. And Doug's like, you got to give him CPR. He's going to die. He's going to die. Well, Henry fucking kicks him, rolls him over, and stomps on him again. And the guy pukes up a bunch of water, and he's alive,
So he killed him and then saved him.
Yeah, well,
he owes Henry.
Yeah, dude. But look, so it turned out he stomped that guy. The guy's a fucking paraplegic. He gets around and he fucking broke his goddamn. Oh, I gotta unlock the door for the missus. He broke that fucker's spine in a bunch of places, and like the guy is now in a wheelchair.
Bloody hell.
And of course
should have left him in the river.
Yeah, and he fucking immediately goes back to fucking prison, for like another 7 years or something. Oh shit. Anyway, that's Henry. He's fucking and all anybody said was, well, they told him don't touch his fucking whiskey.
Yeah, I mean, how is that Henry's fault? Right?
That's what everybody said. Well, he fucking told him, but in the white man's court of law, that's not a good enough reason. So hello, Mrs. Sivrak. Hello.
Hola, señorita.
Dylan says hola.
Oh, hey, Dylan.
Hello.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I got a lot of cool Henry stories, man. I have to do like a series of videos on. I could even do that as a video. There's only 6 people watching.
You got to do more story time.
You could do them as shorts and that,
Yeah.
Depending on how long the story.
Yeah, I get into the stories, so sometimes they're kind of long. I was raised by old.
Yeah, shorts aren't going to do.
Yeah, the short might not do it, huh?
Yeah, because it's got to be like 30 minutes, like 20 minutes minimum. Like those stories are, they're awesome. And I watch them like multiple times. You know, like I still go back and watch like old stories from like 2 years ago. Like,
Oh, you do?
you know,
Yeah,
just to hear it. You know.
yeah. I need to do more. I don't know. I need to. Ed at Rebels and Reptiles and Games has been on to me too because that's his favorite Lak videos also.
Yeah, and you are documenting your life for your children. So you know
Right.
why not?
Yeah. Well, I can assure you, there's a lot of fucking stories I can't tell on the internet. You have to wait for the book.
Well, you can tell me, and then I'll tell your children if you die.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm gonna eventually get it all down in a book, and then we'll have it published when I'm too old to be fucking.
What you got to contact Shane? Remember, I sent you that link for Shane Cashman, uh, Inverted World. You know, like for the Bigfoot stories, or
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
you have to send him. He's an author.
Oh
If
no,
you give him good content, he would probably write your book. You know,
oh no shit.
yeah. I mean, yeah, he's put out a ton of books. Like you just all you have to do is get involved with his channel now, which is not. I mean, it's been around for a few years, but he started out. It was different. Now he's. I don't know. It's changed. Like this year, or well, last year, I guess. He changed the whole platform, but you can call in on a live, or if you contact him, he can make an entire live stream with you dedicated because you have so many stories about Bushman, Ghostman, like those kind of stories. Like he can make an entire, like he can do an hour with you, and then if you get familiar with him and telling him other stories, and you say, hey, you want to write this book, like he'll probably do it. But you got to contact him and get involved. I sent you the information.
Yeah, I still have it. I forgot his name, but I know exactly who you're talking about. But yeah, I got that.
He even
I watched that one you were on.
Yeah, he even contacted me. I was on two of his. I did one, talking about because I died at birth with the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck, and then my sister sat on my face like 2 days after I came home and killed me again, and I had to be like resuscitated.
Bloody hell.
We did another one with my sister where she was talking about the whole Hollywood. This was like in the early 90s before the whole Diddy bullshit is going on, like where she went to like these Hollywood party
Yeah.
and some crazy shit happening with the celebrities. But anyway, yeah, if you talk to, because he has like all like it's UFOs, cryptids, like all different topics, but they're all like inverted. I mean, his show is called Inverted World, so I mean that should give you a good idea. Talk to him about that.
I'll drop. I don't know how to do it now, but the next video I do, I'll shout that guy out so everybody can go check out his channel. And I need to send you, Dylan, a super awesome John who I went down and visited when I was with you that one time. He just started a new channel that's about cryptids and Bigfoot and aliens, and it's pretty interesting. He's got some pretty cool guests and shit on too, and he's got at least one super cool co-host, part-time co-host in this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Free plug.
Have you seen that one, Zombie?
I've seen the intro.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
I think February 5th or whatever the Tuesday is in that week will be the next stream.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I have to really see because it's in weird hours for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, it's a good even for the rewatch. It's a good show because he's got some experts coming on and.
Yeah. I usually watch the rewatch, but I don't usually catch it live.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
all the
I'm not
kids
sure.
will wake up on
I'm
them.
not sure if I'm going to make it to this next one either, but I will definitely be there in spirit. And
Yeah.
but it'll be fun. It's a cool channel, and I listened to the story, the Hollywood story that Dylan was talking about, and that one's worth a listen too because there's some crazy shit. Fucking Hollywood motherfuckers, right?
Yeah.
Good
Good world.
imagine.
Mm-hmm. Well, the missus just got home, and we're gonna call it before I get a look. She came in, and she said, "You're still live," but I think she said, "Oh, you're still live," but I kind of heard, "You're still live."
It's only been 4.5 hours.
It's only been 4.5 hours, you know.
Yeah. A quick one.
It's a quick one.
I've only been
There
here
you
for
go. Look, Rolando's there.
Hey, Lando.
I'm so glad you're still here.
I think he popped back.
Oh yeah. Well, if there's anybody else on, he's got jobs to do on a bunch of other streams.
Yeah.
He has to. He's a busy man. He's a busy man.
Yeah.
So anybody left in the chat, if you're not checking out John's super awesome science show, subscribe. We had one show. I had to leave a little early because I had something come up, but it was a great show. It was just like an overall, just some people telling some stories. But he has a friend, Sam, who has like been actively hunting Bigfoot for like years, and it's super interesting guy. And it's always cool to meet new people.
I know a guy like that I met in Idaho like 20, well, maybe not 20 years ago, something about 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like this huge Bigfoot, like he was positive Bigfoot exists.
Mm-hmm.
And this was in Idaho, so it's like in the northwest area, like where Bigfoot apparently dwells.
Mm-hmm.
And he had all the information. He never saw him. It was actually a radio DJ.
Really?
Bill Baum was his radio handle.
Well, the one thing about Bushman or Bigfoot, whatever you want to call him, is like if you're hunting for him to shoot him or to become famous, he will never let you see him. It's like a spiritual kind of a thing.
I think there's different kind of Bigfoots, though. I think different people interpret Bigfoot in different ways, because there is like what you're talking about, like interdimensional being that is, for a purpose, like an angel watching over an area. But then there are some cryptids that are like appear to be like Bigfoot, but they are physical, and there's stories that people have actually come in physical contact or shot them or whatever. So I don't know if they're all the same. I don't know if it's all the same being. I think it's different.
They certainly might not be.
Yeah, I believe it's different beings.
They might.
They're all interpreted as Bigfoot,
Yeah,
or
right.
like a wolf man, or aliens or whatever. Like different types of like the lizard people in Vietnam and the Asians,
Mm-hmm.
they're just weird cryptids, and they're interpreted in different ways, but they're different. Anyway.
No. Well, we should do one time, Dylan, you and I, we should just do like a live stream of cryptids and just talk about it. Like and it doesn't have to be 4 hours. We'll fucking pick a time. We'll do just like an hour cryptid fucking or something,
Yeah, contact Shane. I'm telling you, he will. You got any stories about cryptids, about Bushman? Like, he will, and whatever. Like, he'll definitely have you on his channel to talk about it.
Yeah, that'll be fun. That guy seems like a pretty hip guy. I like that show that you and your sister were on.
Yeah, watch more of the shows he's got. I mean, he's got all kinds of content.
Much more professional than the shit we do.
Definitely. More professional than me, I guarantee that.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Lak, it's going to get a bit more professional because you know how to turn the camera around now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Little bit every day, baby. Little bit
yeah,
every day.
little bit
Little
here,
bit.
a little bit there.
It all wasn't built in a day. You know, I've
No,
only
well,
been,
that's it.
I've only been on YouTube like two.
I can turn the
Hey,
camera. Who's it?
Hey,
Can you see? I don't know. I'm in the kitchen. Does that look weird? Oh, there's my thumb.
there's your thumb.
Whoa, here's
there
a.
you go.
Hey,
Hey, good to
I
see you.
gotta. When I figure out how to use this, I can actually show you the limited toy shit that I do have. Oh, there I am.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, there he is.
Because I do have a little bit of collection. I have, I have a collection of knives that I've had for like a long time. And then I have some of those mini, the mini arcade games. That is
Yeah,
like
I
a
saw those.
recent thing in the last few years that I've been collecting. And
Mm.
I've got like one action figure that I got from Lak because I bought it for Lak, the motorcycle. I got the guy that goes on it, or the
Yeah.
Punisher.
The
Yeah.
Punisher.
And then I've got like this little army guy that my youngest son gave me like 10 years ago that I hang on to because he gave it to me.
Well, it all starts
I don't
somewhere,
have
doesn't
many
it?
toys. Huh?
It all starts somewhere.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Mhm.
I collect shit, but not toys, I guess. I just got shit. I don't know. But it's good shit. It's not anything I want to throw away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's all valuable.
that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good way to be because I definitely have some shit that's gonna
Look,
get.
you can look at some of the shit in my kitchen on this. I don't know. Let me try. Can I do it? I don't know. See, that's the
You can
thing.
turn the camera around. Turn the camera around.
What I was gonna do, but I don't know how to do it.
Go into
Wait.
more
Yeah, I got it. More settings,
settings
camera.
and
All right,
then
so I can
camera,
see
back camera,
myself.
back camera.
Learning as you go.
Yeah, that's it. There we go.
Bam!
Oh, there we
Hey,
go.
boom.
Wait, hold on. Oh, don't push the back button.
No,
That's
just
just
tap the side. The
weird
screen will
shit
go off then. Back
in
to
my
normal.
kitchen
Oh, it looks like you've added some stuff since I was there.
stuff. No, it's all the same crap.
Is it?
Yeah. I don't know. Just stuff.
I do like that. I do like that about your kitchen. That like recessed lighting with the
Yeah.
I don't even know all that, but it's recessed, but it still has its own. That's cool.
Yeah.
You can't really see it. Hold on.
That might have been where I
Other
got
light.
to do that thing I was showing
Oh,
earlier.
there you go.
Yeah. Oh,
The
look at
other
that.
light. Yeah, I got the other light on now.
Yeah, that is I
don't
Yeah,
know.
no,
You can
see, I think
actually,
a lot of I think a
to
lot of
me, it looks like shadows. I can't really see it.
no, it looks pretty good. I think a lot of collectors would look at that setup and go, "Man, that's actually kind of fucking cool."
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's a cool.
It's just junk we have because we have a place to put it. I like shelves.
Yeah, I like shelves too. I like shelves too.
Check out my fancy dishwasher.
I know I want to buy one of those. I never seen a double one like that. That's the coolest thing ever. I was telling my wife about that as soon as I got back. I was like, "Did you know that they made a double
A double?
dishwasher?" And then he's got two little magnets, and one says dirty, and he switches them. I was like, "Man, that's fucking awesome! Coolest thing ever."
Mm. Oh, I was going to say, see, Dylan's got the hang of it. He's turned it back around again.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm getting it. Hold
Dylan
on.
is a dangerously quick study.
I gotta show you real quick. There we go.
He's just showing off now.
Some shots for
Oh,
me,
having shots.
the wife here,
Nice.
and my finger in the camera.
Now, what is that? The vodka and the what?
Yeah, it's moonshine peaches. I cut
Oh,
up a little piece and put it in there, and then I have vodka and cranberry juice 50/50 added to that. And hopefully there's I don't want to say her name, but she'll hear me. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I sure like those. Yeah, I like that. We didn't have them with cranberry, I don't think, when I was there. I don't think.
Yeah, that's the way I always make it. So.
Oh, was it? Okay, I must have drank enough that I forgot. But I do like that peach moonshine. Holy shit, I like the shit out of that.
Yeah, I don't know what brand it is. There's like different brands.
I like it. You've been sipping on that scotch. I left some scotch, right?
Oh yeah, it's been long gone.
Oh, good. Well, as long as it didn't hang around, that shit's good in coffee, ain't it?
Well,
I almost started tonight for the stream, but I was it'll be all right. Well, hey, Dylan, zombie. We're gonna call it.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up so I can be a good husband.
Yep. No, that's cool. I've got to get going.
yeah,
anyway.
do that.
Start working
Yeah.
a couple of hours.
Hey, we'll
anyway.
do this again soon. And yeah, Dylan, you can anytime you see us on, just fucking let me know. I'll drop the link in the chat. Come on, we'll bullshit.
Yeah.
We
Now
don't-
that he's mastered
we-
the
I
camera,
only-
he'll be fine. He'll be on.
Yeah, I only masquerade as a toy channel. I don't have. It's not really a thing.
Okay, I'll try to set up this thing with a profile picture or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that Zombie has instructed us how to do that, I will try that too.
Yeah. When you first go into StreamYard, you'll see the little picture at the top. When when it goes to the camera, if you press on the avatar part where the little camera is, where the picture, then you'll be able to pick.
You can add it. Yeah, you can just add it.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
you can pick a random one, I think, or you can actually use something from your pictures.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll use the same picture I have for all of those things.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I got a cool logo that Dylan had made for me. I'll put that up there.
Once you put it in too, right? Once you put it in, it'll stay there every time you get back onto StreamYard and come back in.
Oh, awesome.
So you don't have to do it every time. It's
permanent.
a
Yeah.
once-off.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, right on.
All right.
Right on. Well, I will see you guys on down the trail. I'd like to say thank you to Rolando, the greatest mod in history, and whoever the last 6 of y'all. I'm pointing. Y'all can't see it, but there it says 7 people are watching. So I appreciate I appreciate y'all hanging with us through thick and thin for this 4-hour what's going on? We're just
Almost 5 hour.
We're just wrapping it up. But good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. We have Dylan on down here, and we have Zombie Hunter over here from Australia.
Yeah.
But we're just this is my buddy, MC Scott. Good guy. Good to see you. Anyway, yeah, we're just wrapping it up. The missus just got home from work, so we're gonna
do the right thing.
Have a little party of our own.
Party time.
Yeah, and if we have an accident, I'll name it after one of y'all. All right. Zombie, have a good day tomorrow.
You too, Lak.
Or whatever.
Nice meeting you, Dylan.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah. Love you, Dylan. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
See you, everyone.
We're just wrapping it up, Aisha, but I'm glad you stopped by. Please catch us on the rewatch. Hit the Lak button if you can, and we'll see you everybody on the next one, all right?
All right, later.
All right, take care.
See you guys.